better than all of consciousness info. Sa.neter TV7. He keep it hot 24/7. He got that life for 102. Sa.neter TV2. Yeah.
You are now inside sa.neter Studios, the house of consciousness production, black news presentation. Sa.neter. Sa.neter.
Yeah. That's what's up. Peace and Black Power family. Let's get ready. We got a good show today for y'all today. The Black African origin of ancient Kemetic. Should have put science or ancient Kemetic history. Black ancient Egypt revisited. I think that's what I put there. Ancient Kemetic history. Yeah, we got to do that. We got to finish it off. Bear with me. I'm waiting on my guest to come through. He should be here any minute now. Yeah, Black Kemetic history. There you go. Save that. Let's get back on track. Anyway, man, how y'all doing out there, man? Okay, we're back. Yes, how y'all doing out there, man? We're gonna have a good show for y'all today. And y'all already seen, man, the goddamn it's heating up. These debates is heating up. I got a lot of people hitting me up, y'all. I'm talking about people. These are new people that we bringing on. It's gonna be a lot of new people, and they are qualified debaters. They know their thing. I've been on the phone with a few of them today because I'm calling them now. I'm looking for them. You know, I'm looking around and see who I could bring on, and they with the smoke. They know who I am. And so, you know, we already got Nepal Shaddai and Chief X, man. Oh, no, let me remove this. Let me remove this right here. That's not the right one. And let me put the other one back up there. That's not the right one. We changed it. Let me. Nepal didn't like the title. He said the title was wrong. I think this is it. Here it go. Is there proof that life exists outside of Earth on other planets? And is there proof that aliens exist? That is the topic. What do y'all say out there? Let's get a little let's see. I'm gonna see where y'all at. Do y'all say that aliens exist? And or are we here by what do y'all think, man? What do y'all think? Chief X is saying no, they don't. We need to make bets on this. I like that. I like that. Let's get into the betting game. There is no proof, but there is evidence. Uh-oh, I like that. I like that. There is no proof, but there is evidence. How many of y'all seen the brother Khalil Shabazz on the show from the FOI, follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? How many of y'all seen that brother? He went in, he was smoking captain, and he was going at IUIC as well. So Captain hit me up. He said, yo, Sar, man, what's up with this brother calling my name? I said, man, you know, people gonna call you out, brother. You the head, you the top of the chain right now. He said, Sar, get him on the phone. So I got him on the phone and he was with the smoke. He said, man, listen, I'm ready to debate anybody. If Captain wants the smoke, get him. And so there it is. So without any further ado, my guest just popped up in the building. And of course is yeah. Of course is Ankh the God Killer. But anyway, he ain't ready yet. He's setting up his stuff. So yeah, let me know what y'all think. Moses, what's up, man? Moses, you believe that there's other creatures on Earth, like aliens from other planets here? Or what, Moses 777? Talk black to me. Talk black to me, Moses. What do you think? What do you think, Moses? Moses believe in aliens. Keon, what do you think, Keon? You think we here by ourselves, or do you think there's aliens somewhere hiding around and walking with us, and the only way we could see them is by putting on our shades and our glasses and stuff, man? What do you think, Brother La? Brother La, you think there's aliens around up in your community, brother? You could be making salat with an alien, Brother La. You never know. They could have been living here for hundreds of years, brother. You would never know that, Brother La. And they look just like you. They talk like you now. And they could be bowing down, doing rakat, doing salat with you, brother, arm in arm. You know, and you don't even know that, Brother La. You don't even know it. What do you think? I'm interested in hearing what Brother La think. Always a interesting brother. Mandinka Mali, what do you think? Mandinka Mali 7,000. Do you think it's aliens living amongst us, brother? Come on, man, because this debate coming up this Sunday gonna be off the chain. It's gonna be off the chain. It's possible, but there's no substantial evidence. Okay, so that's what Keon is saying. Keon is with the smoke saying there's no evidence. It's possible, but there's no substantial evidence. Now Mali not an Israelite. nah, you know, I've been going at JJ for a long time. Me and JJ been in battles for a while, man. And the brother finally, I don't know, it's something I said that struck a chord in his head. He might not admit it, but it's something that I said that resonated with him. Overnight, he probably had a dream, or some angels came to him and knocked him upside his head and told him it's time for him to bow out of this stuff. And, you know, because there's no concrete evidence. Hey, just like you said, though, just like you said, Keon, there's no substantial evidence of aliens. Show me where there's substantial evidence of a Jesus, of Yahweh, of Yahweh, of a Moses, brother. Show me. Come on, Keon. See how quick you can say that? Show me where there's substantial evidence. You can't. Yahweh told me Yahweh told me I wasn't an Israelite because he ain't the most high. He ain't the most high, face red, smiling. Mandinka Mali, they gonna come at you. What do y'all think about our brother Moses? Do y'all think he's on track? Uncle, are you ready, brother? Shake your head if you're ready. Uncle Cat, shake your head if you're ready. Okay. All right. I see you. All right. Some things don't need evidence. Man, get out of here with that nonsense. Get out of here. When you're dealing with the Bible, God damn it, you need evidence, brother. That's all mythology, man. You need evidence, brother. And you're right. Some things don't need evidence. Like when you see a quarter and you say, man, that's a quarter. You don't need to prove that that's a quarter. It proves itself. So you're right. But this is not a goddamn quarter. All right? This is not that. We are talking about evidence of your God, evidence of the prophets, evidence of all of this stuff, brother. You know, and we ain't got no problem with it. Just keep it the way it is. Call it the way it is, brother. There's no evidence of Allah. And Captain Tazoriak is going to deal with that coming up. You see that, Brother La? Is Yahweh and Allah the same God? According to the Quran and the Bible. Khalil Shabazz said yes. He believed that they are the same God. Captain Tazoriak is saying no, they are not the same God. He's saying that Allah is false, is a false God. Now, I'm not saying that, but that's what the captain is saying. That's what my captain is saying. Okay, we waiting for my man to get ready. When you get ready, brother, let me know. Just add on, just come in and say we ready to get ready.
I'm in the game. I'm in the game, man.
Okay. So without any further ado, family, y'all already know who this is, who needs no introduction, but we're going to let you know he is the God killer. They call him the God killer. What's going on? What's going on, brother? I see you got something powerful coming up tomorrow. And this is a good topic that you chose. I want to ask you some questions before you get to say what you want to say. Is that cool?
Yeah, I tell you what I want to do. I got that 3-minute video I want to play, right?
Yeah.
And I think that'll push you to see, what.
Is it the 3-minute video or that 5-minute video?
It's 4 minutes. Do you care?
It's 5 minutes, brother. The one you sent me first, right?
Yeah. Do you care?
It says 4 minutes and 53 seconds. That's 5 minutes, brother.
Yeah, if we round it up,
right.
I round it down.
But yeah, do what you do. This is your show. You can do what you do.
All right. So let me.
We're gonna start off with that.
I want to start off with that. First of all, I want to say hi to the House of Consciousness, man, sa.neter Studios. Most people don't even know how we get on YouTube, who the pioneers was, and even talking about these subjects. So my thing was always, trying to get some accuracy, right? Put together a team that would talk about it a little bit different than most people would. And people talk about consciousness, they talk about this and that, but the sa.neter platform, he was bringing it from the street. Simple as that. We talk about the time before YouTube. Well, I know YouTube, right? We talk about Blog Talk Radio. You still talk about the street. When you talk about consciousness, you got to talk about sa.neter and what he doing. All right. So my thing was on Blog Talk, right? Pioneer right there. We're putting them shows on, interviewing everybody from Phil Valentine to everybody. Okay. I interviewed them. Okay. Now, next move, YouTube pop up. I know I had one of the first videos on there. It was called Conquered by Religion. Now I'm talking about one of the first videos talking about these subjects that we be talking about now. I also had one of the first channels that was making money off of the old time videos that I was getting from sa.neter, and then we was converting them over, right? That they was the cassettes, not the cassettes sa.neter. You used to sell the what? What they call them?
VHS.
The VHS. So we used to take the VHS, convert them over, and put them on YouTube. So a lot of that stuff you see early on, we was putting it on there. People didn't even know that I was putting it on there. Me and my man was putting it on there, and
you and Smash, right? You and Smash,
huh?
You and Smash.
Nah, not Smash. Smash was
Oh, I
nowhere
thought it was
around.
smashed at that time.
No, I'm talking about all the way back 2016. All the way back. No, it wasn't even Smash. Nope. I'm saying me and my man Talib, who was on the Black Atheists of Atlanta with me, Real Black Atheist Show. We was putting all the content on there, but we was getting it from you, and it was another website that had it. Okay, my man would go to New York and get it from your table, and we would put it over there. All right, this is all along we doing the blog talk thing, and big up the Black Son because he's like, hey man, I'm gonna put your thing on there. He put my daggone video up there, Conquered by Religion, had about 150,000 views all the way back then. All right, then we do the blog talk thing, right? And you still outside getting your money. I don't know if you just wasn't seeing the vision yet. I don't know. Then you ended up getting a halfway blog talk show. You weren't even interested in that because your money was outside. Your thing was put that mic in somebody's face and let them talk that talk. So you wasn't even never picking sides like that. Most people try to push you on the side. You wasn't really trying to pick sides. You was always the Black Power thing, you know, and all that. But they don't even know that you had connections to everybody, anybody you can think of.
Right.
I remember one time we did a show. You started showing me pictures of everybody. I mean, everybody. Then walked up on 125th and you threw a mic in their daggone face. So that's your claim to fame right there. But this thing that they now call the conscious community online, yo, they go to all us right here, bro. Pioneers. And sometimes you just gotta say it, yo, because I don't think people know that. You feel me? The pioneers of this thing you call YouTube and start talking that conscious thing. And the first people that was put on there was people like John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Delbert Blair, all of them, a hodgepodge of all of them. I decided that I was like, there's a line right there that needs to be drawn. Because I said, I can't compete with Phil Valentine and them, Delbert Blair. I said, they be saying all kind of stuff. I can't even figure out where to find that. I was like, I'm a stick to science and make myself relevant right there. Because Phil Valentine and them, Delbert Blair, even Malachi York and them, they was like giants. I can't even explain it. Dr. Ben and them, they just was like this. Like you was like, man, how you gonna get in that space with them? Couldn't. I say, man, let me carve out a little niche called science and science literacy. Let me carve this out and let me stay right there. I didn't know, right? As I learned more, it was going to become friction. I ain't know, right? As I learned more about science, I start to be able to see, wait a minute, man. That's a real difference in between what John Henry Clark, Dr. Bennett was saying, and the difference between what Phil Valentine and Delbert Blair was saying, and Bobby Hemmett. I said, that's a real separation right there. And so you know it's I gravitated towards Dr. Bennett, John Henry Clark, and the shit Anthony Diaz. Okay, you gravitated towards all of them because you got about right now. You got about, I bet you, if I could guess, I would say you got about 5,000 videos. At least 4,000 people ain't never seen before. I bet you.
Right.
I ain't even making that up. I'm not making that up. I'm not. It's somewhere in there. You got about at least 3,000 to 4,000 videos that people have never seen in their life.
One of them, I got the video when I was called in and sat down on my post. I was going to put that up with Khalid Muhammad when Khalid Muhammad sat me down off my post because of something I did without calling him. I was supposed to call him first. You see what I'm saying? I was going to put it up, but then I said, nah, because niggas always changing narratives and saying stupid stuff. So I said, I'm going to hold that. And I might throw that on my Patreon, though.
Right. Hold on. Wait a minute. You got about another 2,000 of videos that you just won't release.
Right. Yeah.
Don't put that out, brother. Don't put that out. You got a whole lot of don't put that out, brother.
Right.
I can't put that out, man. He's saying you got a whole lot. I'm saying all that to say that right now, you know, we go through our ups and downs, bro. But they trying to act like this new thing being on the internet with the consciousness started somewhere else. No, it started right here. Right? And you can name them. It started right here. But I'm saying being a pioneer leaves you in a very precarious space. Because what you may have said early in the game, if you're around long enough and get more information and get better at what you do, your thing gonna change. And so I understand why there's a lot of pushback on what I say. I ain't tripping. The thing I talk about, and big up to Juju, right? Big up to all the pseudo killers. Big up to everybody that stand on that foundation of the giants. Big up to those who stand on the shoulders of giants and not just stand there looking in their face and don't have a problem with saying, well, based off what's available now, that information would be wrong. Okay. But based off of what's available today, what they said about that stands tall and correct. The problem with our community, sa.neter, is that we push forward the things that the elders got wrong and push forward the things that the elders got right. And we put it all together and we put the elders in a position to look crazy.
But sometimes with that, Ankh, is that I think y'all push a little too hard to disrespect the elders instead of saying, yo, we're going to add on to the elders. What you do is like, not you personally, or I'm not speaking of nobody personally.
I agree with you. I agree.
But what y'all do is you make them look like they ain't nothing, like they don't know nothing. Like, yo, we are here and we're showing you that we better than you. Instead of adding on to the science, because they was never privy to getting the information we got now today. You see what I'm saying? So they could only take us but so far. But now that they are no longer here, they're not studying, because there's always knowledge and information that's uncovered. Knowledge is always going to be out there that we don't know. Even when you're going, our young ones that's going to come up behind us, they're going to be saying, man, that that dog killer nigga, that sa.neter, what the hell are you talking about this? This is real. This is real. Because it's going to be new information that's uncovered. You see what I'm saying? So it's about adding on to what the elders did, not disrespecting them and saying that they don't know and they pseudo. And, that, we can't do that, brother. They paid the way. We got to understand that.
And I agree. That's why I say I stand on their shoulders.
Yeah.
Right? Meaning the things that allow them to push me up so I can see further, it's the things I stand on. If it's just wrong, you ain't gonna be able to stand on that because it's faulty. It'll fall apart. It won't stand up to the scrutiny. And my point is, it's today's generations at time, right? Whether people be my age or younger, they make their elders look bad because they keep promoting the wrong things that the elders would have promoted. And you put the elders in the crossfire when in actuality, if the elders were still living, specifically the ones that were scientifically literate, they know to change that thing. Okay. So you can't say Dr. Ben was wrong because he said this and said that, right? Look in their work, look in their books. They actually use white authors, bro. They actually use people from Cambridge, Harvard, right? Academia, because African Americans was not in the fields of anthropology when Samuel Morton, okay? And then now I'm starting the presentation when Samuel Morton, who is said to be the father of scientific racism, okay? They had teams of people that was digging in Africa, specifically Egypt, and they dug up them damn skulls, okay? And they was using craniometrics to make determinations on who the population was. It was talking about how outside people came in, black Caucasians. They got to the point where they were saying, well, black Caucasians formed Egypt, or an invading race theory and all that. Okay, but that was no Africans involved in any of that. No African Americans involved in any of that. And you know why we wasn't involved in the fields of anthropology early on?
Why?
Because Europeans were like, we're just gonna dig shit up. where ancient cultures had different affinities to the dead.
Yo, no profanity,
Oh, my fault. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Oh my goodness, please take that back. I think you get one a show. That's my one. Listen. Listen, ancient cultures had different divinities towards the dead. They had different respect levels, right? The same respect level you would have right now for your mother. You're not gonna go dig up your mother and father. Not even white people is gonna go dig the grave up. They wouldn't do it. That's not what you do. But but a culture sitting here now could look back and not have placed that same respect. A lot of indigenous people today, they place that same respect on the dead. Colonial powers didn't do that. They went right in Africa and they dug up the bones. Okay. And they not only dug up the bones, they analyzed the bones, they poked, they prodded, they did all that. They sent them to certain museums. You can go, that's why the great Chancellor William say, go to museums, go to Europe, go to France with the Louvre. Okay. Go to the large museums that you find all over the world, and you will find artifacts from ancient cultures. I'd call it grave robbing. So you wouldn't have been in anthropology if you had certain affinities for the dead, right? You wouldn't have did it. So ancient cultures not digging up. Ancient Native Americans are not digging up the graves right now. They petition to get their ancestors back in them graves, which is, you know, putting a tax on science because okay, do you want to know about what's going on? Do you want to know who those humans was? Yeah. But do you want to disrespect the dead based off their culture? No. So it's a real wild space there. So no, we wasn't in those fields to make those determinations. So we wasn't there making up rules on who was white and who was black. And man, we getting started. And so when you come to white people, this is important. White people is a racial classification. All right, I'm gonna say this again. White people is a racial classification, and please do not forget that point. Now, let me play this video, and I'm gonna put a pin in that right there. That the very fact that you call white people is a racial classification that they invented. And there's a time period when wasn't nobody called white people. That does not mean that the people that they call white people, right, did not exist 10, 20, 30,000 years ago. What it's saying is that name, that social construct was not in use. You was about to say something, sa.neter?
Yeah, I'm going to play the video because it'll be clearer if I play it.
For the 4 minutes? Okay, all right. All right, go ahead.
And now, if you want me to stop anytime, you let me know. Stop.
No. I want everybody to listen to the video with open ears.
Okay, here we go.
And I'm just trying to get an idea from what the questions I'm hearing is, I mean, what would you define then as an African?
I don't define an African or the African. There is a matrix of variability that constitutes a description of an African reality. Very different notion. The moment you start defining things with narrow terms and in particular ways, and a non-scientific, for something that's as fluid as this, is the moment that you will get into trouble, because then you're going to be forced to explain things, like I said, with typological methods or deductive methods when they don't fit. Okay? 60% is the corresponding value for a variable once cherished by physical anthropologists, namely the cephalic index. And he goes on to talk about serological traits that also are highly variable, aspects of fingerprints that are highly variable. These are the classical traits that anthropologists used at one time. Some still do. Of course, now we have DNA, and DNA diversity is also known to be extremely great in Africa. He asked the following questions, though. He says, confronted with such a wide variation in biological characters in the native populations of sub-Saharan Africa, and to be frank, with the stereotyped idea that most of us have about what a true African looks like, one is inclined to ask whether all of this diversity originated in sub-Saharan Africa. If not, how much of it was the result of gene flow, that is to say admixture or migration into the area? I don't know what you mean by Mediterranean, but let me repeat myself.
African.
No, well, there's more than one way to be African. There's more than one way to look African. There's more than one way to look Asian. There's more than one way to be Asian. That is what you have to, from my perspective as an evolutionary biologist, that's what you have to get your arms around. The people in southern India are just as Asian as the people in northern China, who are just as Asian as the people from the Eurasian steppes. You know, they don't look alike. And you measure them, they don't look alike.
Okay. Yeah. Let me put it another way. For example, you have Elizabeth Taylor playing Cleopatra.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
When did that sort of look into Egypt?
The thing is that number one, who was Cleopatra?
I'm asking you.
Well, what I'm saying, Cleopatra was probably a Macedonian. Well, she was a Macedonian.
From near Greece.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When did people that look like that go into Egypt?
Please. Well, but I'm trying to have you understand that they are carrying genealogically, in terms of their male ancestry at least, they're carrying something that ties them to the rest of the continent and does not tie them to Europe, even though physically, externally, you may say, well, gee, they look like Europeans. You understand what I'm saying? So when you ask me, when did X, we don't use those concepts of Mediterranean race, Alpine race, Nordic race, all that's from another era. You know, it's descriptive, and in actual fact, you will find, you can find individuals all over the world who might conform to one of those sort of categories. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So then,
that's the same thing they say about being Arab. Arab is a culture, not a race. It means traveling person.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand, what are you asking me here?
Well,
you asked me very specifically. You asked me, when did Mediterranean people get to Egypt? I don't know what you mean by Mediterranean. But let me in Dogon, other Africans, in other words. This little thing is called a septoaperture. It's felt to be a genetic trait. When you do an analysis of frequencies on this trait, you find out the Badarians, 50% of the individuals, and it's a very small sample here, had at least one of these septoapertures from Cargoasis during the Coptic period, 55%. Other Egyptians from Lisht, should be Lisht, 43%. The Somali, 52%. Japanese, Ainu, 11 to 15%. Quote-unquote American Negroes, you can tell this is from an old paper, 18%. Whites born in the USA, 5.2%. Anyway, what this is saying, the Northeast Africans and North Africans have a high percentage of this septoaperture, Wadi Halfa, Jebel Sahaba, and also the material that Alison Brooks found down in Zaire that's 25,000 years old. They're with.
So, man, you have to understand science, have a general understanding to really catch what he's saying, because it goes against the way we was quote unquote taught in the conscious community, sa.neter, because we was actually taught racism, and we was taught colonialism, and that's the way we viewed African history, was through the eyes of colonialism. We wasn't viewing African indigenous history through the eyes of the ancestors. We did it the same way that European anthropology did it, right? Early anthropology created by Europeans because they had the money to fund it, okay? Point blank. And colonial powers had Africans enslaved. So you're not sitting around doing anthropology in the midst of slavery, okay? And so they came up with a print. They came up with races. They argued that it was 20 races, 15 races, right? They settled on 5, okay? Native American, Oceania, Negroid, Caucasoid, and there's one more, Negroid, Caucasoid, and the Chinese. And then I'm saying it wrong. I forget what they called the daggone Chinese, but it was 5 of them, okay? And Negroid was specifically looking a certain way. It was the peppercorn hair and the big lips and the dark skin. And they picked the worst picture ever, right? Crazy. So our perception of what we thought an African was this dark-skinned person with big lips, peppercorn hair, short hair, and that was the African. But that's racism. And no matter how many times I say it, nobody actually gets that. Nobody pays attention to what I'm saying. Nobody grasped what Keita, Dr. Shamaka Keita, was actually trying to say. What he was saying was there's no one way to look African. And if you agree that the diversity starts in Africa, then you have to agree to those statements. If you agree that the first humans that resided on planet Earth was in Africa, then you would have to agree that the most diverse population that started off first was in Africa, had long periods of time to start to diversify and mutate before they even left Africa, then why would it be one way to be African? Why would it be one look? Okay, nature is not based off the cookie cutter model where everybody looks the same. A good example of diversity would be to look at the African American population. African American population. Some people have tighter curls. Some people have straighter curls, right? Some people have darker skin. Some people have lighter skin. Okay, and everybody is not mixed to the point where you would think would change their biology. Okay, that's not real. The point is, most times the rule would be if you was looking for the origin of say a seed or a type of grain, and you found two varieties of that grain, say in Asia, and you found 5 or 6 of that variety, right, in Africa, then the rule would be the area where the most diversity is where that particular grain started from. So when you go to Africa, you find the most diverse you find a Northeast African population, very, very diverse. You find a South African population, diversity. The misnomer, the Sub-Saharan African population is very diverse. West African population is very diverse. If you ever went, everybody don't look the same. North African population, all these different populations are still African. Regardless of what you think migrated back in, you still talking about Africans walking back into existing populations. But this is the understanding of what science is, right? And what biology is really talking about. So whenever you think you really want to have a conversation about how a certain group looks or how they or where they from or just who they are, you would start with their biology. And you would understand that biology means that you will be fit to your environment. Very important. So diversity rules the day. How complex is that? It's not really that complex, right? So we getting it right here. So let's dove into the conversation. Let's revisit this conversation again. And we talk about we want to talk about calling people black. We have a certain affinity with that. Me as an African American, black African power, and I'm black and I'm proud. Okay,
but before you get into it, I want to ask you some of these questions.
Do that. Go ahead. Ask. I know it's going to be off base somewhere right there. Yeah, Juju, make sure you put that link in our server, though. Juju, go ahead.
We got the topic, man. The topic is dealing with Black ancient Egypt revisited.
Yeah.
So being that we got that topic here, I got to ask you some of these questions now. Because remember, we've been arguing about Black being
I'm an
for a while now, brother.
it's done on purpose. It's done through the eyes of racism.
I'm hoping you asked this professor, this PhD, about that.
I ain't gonna ask him the silly stuff. I'm gonna ask him the serious stuff.
Okay, let me ask you some serious stuff right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is Kemet older than any other ancient civilization, such as the Indus Valley and Babylon civilization, according to archaeology and other historical evidence?
Nah, they fall around roughly like the same range, because there's a cyclonic weather event that wasn't allowing a very, very, very large population. So you talk about glacial stages. We're talking about the ice ages, and roughly around 10,000 BCE is the ending of an ice age. We can actually measure it by the quote unquote Niagara Falls, right? Located in Michigan, where the Great Lakes form after the ice caps start to melt. If you know anything about 10,000 BCE, 12,000, and that range right there, half of North America was covered by ice sheets. Okay, we right, and if we understand what ice ages do, ice ages actually draw and lower the ocean levels. Okay, so the ocean level drop during ice ages because approximately Earth holds a certain amount of water, a constant amount of water. So the water ain't really necessarily going nowhere. Okay, so those ocean levels drop, more land is exposed. Where does the water go? It freezes up in the ice. That's where the water is, in the ice. Okay, during ice ages, Europe is a couple of degrees colder, right? In Africa, it's very, very dry. So you're going to have conditions that aren't favorable for human beings. And so resources are going to be short in both spaces based off of desertification, based off of drying, okay, based off of being too cold, okay, things become scarce. Now, this is what's important. After the ice ages occur, then the water is released. When the water is released, we can measure it by looking at Niagara Falls. Okay, we can tell when those falls came coming off of Lake Michigan and the Great Lakes and all that. We can measure that. We can measure it back to figure out when it started happening. This is when everything starts to open up again. Okay, this is when civilization starts to grow and nurture, right? And over time, you get these large populations based off of the advent of farming, based off of certain innovations, and based off of domestication, husbandry of the animals. But this occurs, right, in different places all over the world. Most people don't even know Native American population. You got civilizations go back 3, 4, 5,000 years ago. Nobody talks about that in Americas. Nobody talks about that. People think that everybody just civilization came from Africa and ended up, no. The African civilization that occurred have nothing to do with the population that was shut off from the rest of humanity in the Americas. Okay, this is why we know that Africans didn't circumnavigate the globe. Okay, we know this. That Native Americans, okay, they got their own thing. They didn't need quote unquote people from the Harappa civilization, people from South Africa to tell them anything. Homo sapiens sapiens will fight and be fit in their environment. But it's the study. So you say, well, I thought you said life as far as human beings started in Africa. Yes, it did. So then how did the people get to America? They walked. Africans leave Africa. Okay, there's two points where they leave. They leave out through the Nile Valley, right? And then some may have cut over to Arabia. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. They leave out through the corridor of the Nile Valley. They follow the river and they leave out. And then some leave will cross over into what you call Somalia and all those areas. All right.
No, in order to do that, they have to cross a lot of sand, brother, where there's no water or nothing of that.
No, they're gonna follow the coastlines, right? The Nile is full of water, bro. They're gonna follow the Nile's water.
Okay. All right, let me ask you this.
But hold on, wait.
Okay,
so by time and we think they just got up and just left. No, they're following the herds. The herds eat grains and grasses, the herbivores. When the grains and grasses start to move based off of tectonic events, right? Then the herbivores, they eat grasses and grains. They follow the grasses and grains. Okay. Now the animals that will eat the animals that eat the grasses and grains will follow the herbivores. So the carnivores, these are animals that eat meat, will follow the herbivores that only eat grasses and grains. The humans hunt everything. They're omnivores. And so the omnivores will follow the carnivores that will follow the herbivores that follows the grasses and the grains. The grasses and grains grow based off of weather, based off the environment. Simple as that. In deserts, right, the grasses and grains aren't growing like that. And so the animals that was in that area before it was a desert or desertification, they would live there. But as soon as the grasses and grains start to leave, you will see the herds die out and migrate to somewhere else. And so we're talking about migrations over thousands and thousands of years. They don't exactly know where they're going. They're not saying, I'm going to America. That's a 2025 mindset. We got to get out of that. When you in ancient times, you got to be able to think the way they was thinking. You got to kind of, like picture yourself being back then. There is no conception of the earth. It's just your area. Humans have not reached the technology to understand the size and the shape of the earth yet. To them, they would have thought that the earth was flat. They would have thought that the earth stood still. They wouldn't have known it. You can read biblical texts where it say the earth stood still and all kinds of stuff because the early humans didn't know that. They didn't know it was a place called North America. They wouldn't have known that. We know that, and we place our ideas on that. The point I want to make here, sa.neter, is that humans walked over there and they stopped at the land bridge, right? They wouldn't even known that the land bridge all of a sudden was an open corridor because it's very gradual, very slow. Okay, as the ice starts to melt, right? Those corridors would shut off, right? When it's ice, the ice will open up the corridor, right? But it's a gradual event, and those herbivores that are found in the grains and the grasses, they followed into the Americas once the corridor is open for them during the ice age. They're going to follow that, right? And when it closes back up, they don't know that. Okay, they start making their homes in North America and they migrate down to South America and form these different populations. So then what color would they have been? Well, we look at the radiation that surrounds planet Earth. Okay, if they're in these zones, zone 1 and zone 2, then they need to be protected from the harmful UVA rays, so they would have been darker in North America. See, this is where the problem becomes. Just because we see people that are darker in North America doesn't mean, although they did migrate from the original African population hundreds of thousands of years later, and as they traverse following the grasses and the grains and the herbivores and the carnivores, they mutate in their different environments that they have settled in over thousands of years, bro.
Ankh, I've known you for a long time, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And you was a little weak back then.
I know, I was learning.
Now that I see that through all the studies you have done, brother, through the studying the tapes and reading and just studying, the work has finally made a way, brother. I see it in you, brother. I mean, you becoming a real good teacher, brother. And remember the last time I said to you, you need to push for your some type of legitimate paper online, because they got classes in school and stuff like that. You need to get that, brother. You need to try to fight for that, man. So what I want to ask you now is
so to answer that question though, that question is roughly, civilizations start to pile in around the same time based off is starting to open up for that type of environment.
Yeah.
6,000-7,000 years ago. Go ahead.
Yeah, speak to us about pre-dynastic Kemet. And what do you say about pre-dynastic Kemet is synonymous with Nubia Empire, since the two share pharaohs when Kemet began as a kingdom?
Due to unification. When they unify, it becomes what? Egypt is unification. And there's definitely, some say they may have been some types of fights. Might have been a fight, may or may have not been. There's no real strict determination of that. Okay. Mm-hmm. What we do know is that there was a Sahara event, right? They called it the Green Sahara. Okay. Now, this is the fun part. So when I talk about the Green Sahara, a pseudo will put that portion of Sahara in West Africa. Nobody really recognizes that the Sahara is right there in Nubia and Egypt. I'm gonna say this again. Sahara is right there in Nubia and Egypt. So when we talk about the ancestors of the Libyans, Nubians, and Egyptians come out of the Green Sahara, they're right there. There's localized populations. Okay. So these populations, some of the populations come out of the Green Sahara and migrate to the Nile. Well, why did they leave the Nile? Well, it was ferocious during one of these glacial stages, meaning it was overflowing so much you couldn't live around it. You would drown, flood you out, right? And as it greens up, the Sahara greens up, they just live in a plush Green Sahara, right? They raise cattle because there's grains, there's those herbs again, there's those grasses again, plenty of cattle, right? And plenty of freshwater lakes, plenty of fish. It's all there in the writings on the walls. And as a matter of fact, if y'all just spent a little bit of money, I do it all the time, right? You can get some good books from Germany, heavy, big, giant books like this. All right, like this one right here, The Cave of the Beasts, right, or The Cave of Swimmers by Rudolph Cooper. All right, Rudolph Cooper, great book. Okay, and in this book, they have different maps and different You'll see all different varieties, shades of humans. Look, this is important. It's all the time. All right. Okay.
Yep.
All right. All right. You know, hey, sa.neter, you know, I did some shows on rock art years ago, bro, when people was acting like, man, look, now here. Now. See that?
Yep.
I saw in the Sahara. All right. And you can see the colors that they was using to depict. You got all different shades from the lightest to the damn darkest. Why am I talking about that? Because this migration to the Sahara, you get people from Western Asia that will migrate there. All right. You'll get people from all around the area that will follow the animals into the daggone Sahara. They're following the herds that are following the grasses and the grains because that's all they eat. The carnivores follow the herbivores, and the herbivores follow the grasses and the grains, and the omnivores, humans, because you can eat insects, you can eat pigs, everybody just fall out. You can eat cattle, you can eat roaches, you can eat monkeys, you can eat lettuce, tomatoes, fruits, you can eat everything. No matter what you think you're saying or what kind of dietary treaties you put into effect, you are an omnivore, and your teeth prove this. So I would never sit up there and argue with people over, you need to eat it, you need that, you should eat it. Man, listen, man, eat a healthy, balanced diet, bro. Right? And we never want a food shame because you go to certain countries, they eat bush meat. You talking about they eating monkeys and chimpanzees. Some countries eat certain types of dogs. Some countries eat. Some people think you crazy for eating a chicken. Y'all eat chicken? What the hell's going on? All right. So I'm making my point, and you asked the question about pre-dynastic times. I am telling you that this biological organism that started in the Green Sahara, right, was like a melting pot of different African tribes coming together, different tribes from Western Asia coming together, and they find residence in these areas. Okay. And so the arbitrary line that you call in Africa is just that. It's an arbitrary line. Those early Homo sapiens knew nothing about that line. They simply migrated back and forth in these regions that you would call the Mediterranean or Western Asia, back and forth into Africa. Okay. And they biology formulated. The mixing occurred in Africa. So by the time they come out of the Green Sahara, you already got a mix of individuals from North and South that would later on come together to form what you would call Egypt and later on Kemet. Of course, Kemet, the name Kemet predates the name Egypt. But when we say Kemet, we're talking, watch this. When we say Kemet, we're actually talking about a specific place. And this is how I know people don't really study. We say Kemet, we're talking about the areas where that thick black soil occurs.
Right.
Some say, right, that the word Kemet means black people. I want y'all to put that right there. Boom. Some say, many say, majority say, the consensus said it means the black soil. Let's put that here. Boop. Right. You'll get people to show glyphs when it actually says, you can say, watch it. You can say that glyph says the black people. Now there's confusion. Wait a minute. The glyph said you can say black people. Okay, put that over there. Boop. But that same glyph, right, could mean the people of Kemet. Boop. Now what we got to figure out, this is the hardest thing, sir. We have to figure out which one makes the most sense. I'm going to say it again. We have to figure out which one makes the most sense. Now, this is the hardest thing to do. Okay? You can decipher a language. But the hardest thing to do, this is the hardest thing for those who read meta-nature, the Europeans that first deciphered it. The hardest thing for them to do is to put it in its cultural context. So you're either going to put it in a cultural context that was indigenous culture, or you're going to put it in a cultural context that was African-American frame reference context. You get that? So as African-Americans, we have an affinity to blackness. I am black and I am proud. Ancient African civilizations didn't have that affinity. The question why not? There has to be some type of climatic event. There has to be some type of thing that hit you so hard that you had to make a determination. It's about my black skin. So what event, I'm going to ask you, sa.neter, what event did the ancestors of African Americans go through that would make them have such an affinity to their skin? What event would that be, sa.neter?
You tell me.
Slavery, colonialism, white power. And this is where the rubber meets the road at. Here you go. So we're talking about white people. White people is a racialized classification of people generally used for those predominantly of European ancestor. It is also a skin color preferifier, although, okay, the definition, right, can vary depending on context, nationality, ethnicity, and point of view. Descriptions of populations as white, all right, in reference to their skin color is occasionally found in Greco-Roman ethnography, all right? It says, and other ancient or medieval sources. It says, but these societies.
You're not sharing the screen.
Well, I just was reading it.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I could share the screen. Well, it ain't nothing but a regular.
Nah, if you was reading it, go ahead. Do what you do.
Oh, you made me lose my space. I think I was left off where ethnography. Hold on, let me see. Ethnography. I think I was right there. All right, hold on. Ethnography. Let me find it again. Ethnography. Okay, ethnography and other ancient medieval sources. It say, watch this. But these societies did not have any notion of a white race or a pan-European identity. The term white race or white people defined by their light skin, amongst other physical characteristics, entered the major European languages. It entered their languages. See, this is how you study words. Entered European languages in the later 17th century, when the concept of a unified white achieved greater acceptance in Europe. Who knew that? Matter of fact, I'll share this. I'm gonna put the link in the chat for y'all. All right, I'll just put the link in the chat for y'all. It's just simply the white people, and then you should read the article on. Let me see. The black people. That's a good one. So, sa.neter, big up to Cedric. I see you should have killed official. Well, I don't know if I can share that. All right, so I'm not sure, but anyway, I put that in there for the chat to get that. All right. But it's clear. It's right here, man. It says, let me see. Here you go. Say, but these societies do not have any notion of a white race. So that idea of a white race is not an ancient idea. Okay. The Egyptians lived in an ancient reality. White race or pan-European identity. There you go. It say the term white race or white people defined by their light skin, amongst other physical characteristics, entered the major European languages, okay, in the later 17th century, when the concept of a unified white achieved greater acceptance in Europe in the context of racialized slavery and social status in European colonies. There you go. Scholarship on race distinguishes the modern concept from pre-modern descriptions, with focus on physical complexions rather than the idea of race. Prior to the modern era, here you go, no European peoples regarded themselves as white. Instead, they defined their identity, right? And I got a clip that's going to help solve the mystery. Instead, they defined their identity in terms of their religion, their ancestry, ethnicity, and nationality. Contemporary anthropologists, that means up-to-date anthropologists, today's anthropologists, and other scientists
While recognizing the reality of biological variation between different human populations, regard the concept of a unified, distinguishable white race as a social construct with no scientific basis. There you go. So why did I say that? Based off of the question you asked me, because I don't want to talk about black people. You turn your mind off when I talk about black people. Let me talk about the white people who made up the thing called white people. So before, listen, there weren't any black people before the invention of white people. I'm gonna say this real clear so you can get it. There is no black people, racialized concept, before the invention of white people. White people made it up. How do you know they made it up? Because they made white right here. You just have to look into their language and their dictionaries where you start to find angels are white. God is white. White is snow. Period. All pointing to whiteness. Blackness, dark, ugly, ignorant, devilish, devil food cake, dark, angel food cake, white. So they start to put positive attributes on white and negative attributes on black. So when they went to Africa, they was like, man, okay, they recognized us as being darker than them for sure, right? And attributed negativity. Thus, you get the Negro. The Portuguese Negro, Portuguese word, laid on nigger, right? And just let that sink for a minute. So the question that you had asked me, right? Was they black? Was they what they was? Was it Kemet? Yeah. We talked about the Kemet, right? The Kemet alludes. So remember, I'm trying to explain to you what make more sense.
You know what's crazy, Unc, is that I talked about that a couple of days ago on my show. I was talking about the black and white dynamic. And I was talking about how that was made up and how they came and put that all in the dictionary. It's like a program.
So don't be scared to break the programming then.
Yeah, and it makes you want to hate anything that's affiliated with blackness. So,
all right, so hold on. Don't shut me.
You affiliated with whiteness, and that's why all Europeans white. We know they ain't white. We know we ain't black. But no, when I say black, we know we not black.
Ain't nobody that color. Ain't nobody white neither, naturally speaking.
But it was just a political term at that time where we both was going at it. They say white power, we say black power.
So hold on, I want to answer I know, but that's all. Hold on, I want to answer the question.
Go ahead.
I put, remember, I said you can find a glyph that some will interpret as it means Kemet, which means the black people, right? And then the consensus is it means the black land. And I said the hardest thing to figure out is the cultural context after you have deciphered the language. It's the cultural context, right? So what would it be the cultural context? And I talked about what event would make a people call themselves black, right? Or what event would have a people have to glorify their blackness? And we both agree it would be colonialism and slavery because they made it negative. They made your black skin a negative, and you had to make it positive because you didn't have your own language. They gave you their language. Language is culture. Language, culture, religion, custom, traditions. You lose that in slavery. That's what slavery is. Slavery is a cultural destroyer. It destroys language. It destroys identity. It destroys self-worth. And it pushes you to the point where you're a slave. A slave thinks like a slave master because you are a slave, right? You have nothing. You forget about all these things you had. You lose it. Your language. When you lose your language, you lose your custom and your traditions. You lose your spiritual system. Remember, I always say that religion is a social, cultural construct of ideas and concepts, right? That human beings in certain geographical regions, okay, will deify. So if you want to know about a person, you study their God. Why would you study their God? And see, this is where the atheism help, right? You study their God because it's the people that made the damn God. If you want to know people's morality code, you can just look to their God. People put their cultural identity in their gods. That's why God is human. That's why all attributes about God is human. Because humans made it up. Now let you think the cloud opened up and the God fell out the sky. Some will say the God fell out the sky, depending on where you at, okay? If you're in Australia, they'll say the god may have came from an ant mound. Okay. If you're in the Nile River, some say the god come out the river. Okay. If you in quote unquote the Middle East at a certain time period with the Hebrews around 6th century BCE, then it's the Garden of Eden that God made people and God created the heavens and earth and the world, right? So prior to Charles Darwin, watch this. Everybody hate Charles Darwin. Prior to Charles Darwin, everybody, if you was a Muslim, Christian, and Jew, you thought you came from the Garden of Eden. If you were still trying to practice Egyptian religion, right, in some hideout spot, right, you thought you may have came from the Nile River or, you know, wherever the particular deity said you came from. If you were from South Africa, you figured into South African cosmology like the Zulu, Kulu. Okay, if you're from Native American, you may have come from the Great One and certain creation stories they had, right? All humans was all over the place. So then I'm an atheist because I don't want to disrespect everybody in their stories. I think stories is how you understand a culture of people. Simple as that. So when Charles Darwin stepped on the field, he actually circumnavigated the globe. And circumnavigating the globe gave him the opportunity to see the diversity of human populations and ideas. And he came up with a scientific explanation of where humans started. And guess what he said? This is for all the people that hate Charles Darwin, but yet say that Africa is the motherland. We all say it. Hey, Saw, do we not all say that Africa is the motherland?
Yes, we do.
How the hell you know that? You wouldn't know it was the motherland until Charles Darwin came and said, it's the origin of humans.
No, that's not true, brother.
Okay, so how would you know? Watch this. How would you, hold on. You know what the mother mean, right? No, you know what the mother mean, right? Hold on. Yeah. What does the mother mean? When you say it's the mother, it says what?
We know where you come from, where you come out of.
Okay, but how would you know that? How would you know?
Brother, we all come out of.
Go ahead. I'm saying, how would you know?
Don't tell me you saying that Charles Darwin had to come and tell us. Let me ask you, are you saying that Charles Darwin had to come and tell us that we all come from Africa and like we didn't know that until
how Charles would you? I'm saying, but hold on, before you get there, I'm saying it. Look, I'm saying it in a broader sense. I'm saying it, right? I'm not going to speak in absolutes, but he's definitely the one that came up with the outer Africa theory. That's a scientific explanation. So I want to ask you. Remember I said, I said, you're thinking like a modern person right now.
You knew it was Sheikh Anta Diop.
No, Diop's followed Charles Darwin. Yo, hold on.
No. All right, go ahead, brother. I'm gonna let you go. I'm not gonna debate.
Darwin predates Sheikh Anta Diop. Sheikh Anta Diop used the work of Darwin. Dr. Ben used the work of Darwin. John Henry Clark used the work of Darwin. What are you saying here? Whenever they said
that, man, I gotta go look that up, brother.
Are you serious? You want me to put? Are you? Huh?
No. I hear what you're saying, but you giving the credit to Darwin that had to come and teach us that we all come from Africa.
No. It's a scientific explanation, bro. I just told you everybody had their creation story. So who knew who was right? Colonial powers was just as crazy talking about we came from the Garden of Eden, telling some indigenous people in North America where the hell they cast stupid. But everybody don't come from the Garden of Eden.
But we know we didn't come from Europe. We all came out of a hot climate.
How you know that? That science tell you that.
How you know that? Look in the mirror, brother. You'll see.
That's crazy.
Science. When you look in the mirror, you see your nose is open. It's not closed. It's open for a reason. Look at your skin.
Native Americans come from hot climates too, yo.
The sun was not penetrating in Europe at this time.
Okay.
So we all had to come out of a hot climate. Yeah, see?
And the sun was in Europe. That's not true. You would die.
Wow.
Look, you would die. It's just the radiation levels aren't as high. Listen.
I'm gonna get back to you on that. I'm gonna go do a little research.
No, you don't have to. Just think about all you gotta do is think. This ain't even complicated. Don't make it harder than what it is.
Yeah.
So you telling me that the ancient Hebrews knew that there was a whole world, yo? You actually think they knew about North America? And I would ask you, but how? They only knew about their world. You ever read the Bible? It only talks about their world.
They didn't know about that until
until what?
Until they started to migrate.
Migrate where?
That there was a whole world out there. Of course.
No, they who? I told you Africans migrated to North America, and by the time they get there, they heavily mutated, looking totally different than what it was they left.
You don't think the ancient Kemetic people migrated into Ghana?
No, sa.neter.
Okay.
That's another conversation.
Okay.
And what I'll say is, I will say this, based off of what we have available now, I would say no. Maybe later on, the youngins will come back and see how wrong Ankh was. They actually found some artifacts and such and such and such and such, and they proved it. Then nobody would stand on that no more. But as of 2025, there's no evidence. There's not enough evidence to overchange what we're saying, and that's okay because science is very flexible. There is room for another archaeological find, okay, to say that about the Nile Valley culture. But I don't even want to go there. I want to go back to how would humans know, okay, that they came from Africa prior to even knowing about the whole world. They didn't know about the whole world. The Bible is not talking about the whole world. It's only talking about the world that the Hebrews knew. It's only talking about the world that the Persians knew.
If I was you, brother, I would be very careful.
No, you can get a bunch of pseudos. I want your channel to bubble up again. Listen, I want the pseudos to do it. That's fine.
I would be very careful saying that we had to have a white boy.
Why you look at it like that, though?
Let me finish, brother.
Oh, that's terrible the way you do it.
We have to get a white man, a white boy, to come and tell us that we are from Africa. Like, we didn't know this. I would be careful in saying that. Now, you know they're going to attack that part right there. Out of everything you said, that was great. They're going to zoom in on that one part right there.
All right, let's get it. All right, before they attack me, what are we saying?
Oh, man, they're going to be doing research right now.
Hold on, wait. Look, what are we?
All right, let me ask you the question.
What did you think I'm saying? I want to hold on. Y'all just want to clear it up. I want to make sure we clear what I'm trying to point. I want to bring in, man. Jesus Christ, man.
Right.
Here. All right, listen. Look, bro. Look, I'm gonna share my screen. Look, I'm gonna do this for you. That's all I want to do. I want to make sure I'm clear on what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, man.
I'm never speaking in absolutes. I ain't doing none of that. All right. I'm not speaking in absolutes. Okay. So here, I want to share my screen right here and what I'm saying. I'm telling you that the ancient culture didn't know where the hell they came from because the Romans thought they came. Romulus and Remus came from a daggone wolf, yo. Come on, bro. You think that you ain't gonna respect that? That's where they thought they came from. You can figure out where the Greeks thought they came from. Right. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about the natural explanation of where we came from. I'm talking about what the earth has revealed to us, not what the humans on earth say, but what earth is right here. Look, the recent African origin of modern humans. And I'm telling you that before Charles Darwin, right, or somewhere in that area, he's definitely one of the first people that claimed that. And you can, man, look, I ain't just say that, man. We gotta stop this, man. John Jackson said it. Now, how about that? The atheist John Jackson, and he wrote in his book, Man, God, and Civilization, bro. Now, here you go. He wrote that. That's John Jackson.
What did he say? He said what?
He talked about Charles Darwin being the first person to talk about and be able to verify the humans came out of Africa first. That's John. That's a black guy, doctorate. Okay, so it's right here, sa.neter. Out of Africa theory. Here you go, out of Africa theory. Paleoanthropology, recent African origin of modern humans. What out of Africa theory? The OOA is the most widely accepted model of the geographic origin of early migrations of anatomically modern humans, Homo sapiens. It follows the early expansion of hominids out of Africa. All right, accomplished by Homo erectus and Homo Neanderthal. So I'm gonna click this tab right here and give you the history of it. And that the history of the theory is what? Here you go. Classical anthropologists. All right. The cladic relationship of humans with African apes was suggested by Charles Darwin after studying the behavior of African apes, one of which was displayed at the zoo, at the London Zoo. Autonomous Thomas Huxley had also supported the hypothesis and suggested that apes have a close evolutionary relationship with humans. That's all Charles Darwin said. They did not say we came from goddamn apes or monkeys. They say we had a close relationship with it. And oh, by the way, humans don't come from apes. Humans are apes. Anyway, this is Charles Darwin was the first person to actually say that, bro. And it's right here. Y'all can read this. All right. You can read the whole thing. I'm not going to read it. But based off his fossils and stuff available, human fossils of hominids available, it says almost 50 years later, Darwin's speculation. Let me read this again. It say in 1871, there was hardly any human fossils of ancient hominids available. Almost 50 years later, Darwin's speculation, was supported when anthropologists began finding fossils of ancient small-brained hominids in several areas in Africa. The hypothesis, the recent as opposed to archaic. It says African origin developed in the 20th century. So the outer Africa hypothesis developed in the 20th century. The recent African origin of modern human means a single origin, monogenism. One, and has been used in various contexts, as anonymy and as antonym to who? Polygenesis. That means many. So you got people out there that say, well, no, white people start in this area and black people start in this area. That's a polygenesis. All right. That has not been proven and verified. All right. So yes, Charles Darwin is one of the first people based off of our scholars. See, you forgot people don't read the books.
Here's some kickback for that. You got to understand, brother. Check this out.
No, you mean he got to understand. You mean John Jackson got to understand.
Because you going on with the narrative.
No, you mean with this, you don't even know what it is?
Yeah, I know what that. Put it down for a minute. Let me say.
You know what it is, though. No, you know what this is, though, right?
Yes, I know who it is, man. Come on, put it down, brother.
Okay, whoa. You know, hold on. You know who this is, right? Hold on, whoa. You know who this is, right? No. You know who this is, right? Look. Who is that? I want to establish something here. This ain't Ankh saying it.
Been yakking it, man.
Okay, so Ankh didn't say that. This man said that.
I got you, brother.
You got me? So stop putting the weight of the world on my damn shoulders.
Right. I'm gonna take it off of your shoulders, and I'm just gonna say this.
Yeah, tell them.
Like when you look at the slave narrative, and you hear the Africans who were prisoners of war tell their story, they didn't have the information to come out and write books. They didn't have all the ingredients where they could come out and say, you know what, I'm gonna put this in pen form. He who controls history, Ankh. I'm gonna say it again. He who controls history put what they want in books and say what they want. During this time, way back then, Ankh, there are many Africans that come up out of Africa that can tell you their story, but was not able to do that. So
I know. We agree.
No, let me say this, brother. I'm not saying you.
My fault. No, you're right. Keep going. I like that. Keep talking.
Charles Darwin had the resources. They had the resources to do all of that. But during that time, we, as our African ancestors, did not have them resources. So I guarantee you, if you was to go back and dig up the information, you will find unknown Africans that know who they are and where they come from. They just didn't have the resources to put it out in books like Charles Darwin, like the Europeans was doing that. That's all I'm saying. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, brother.
No, I got
what you're saying.
No, I like the way you put that, yo.
Just like if you continue, look, watch this. Just like if you continue to dig into Egypt, you will find stuff on earth, new stuff, brother. You'll find new bones and new humans. New humans. That means, see, because now we can say, no, that wasn't there. But when you find them, you'd be like, oh, wow. There's something that was here before. We always say Ethiopia is the mother. But you may find something older than Ethiopia. You see?
I know, but what's your point?
Knowledge
You trying to say what?
Knowledge is infinite.
I know. That's why we say as of 2025. Are you trying to say that humans didn't come from Africa?
Oh, hell no. That's not what
All
I'm
right,
saying.
then. What you trying to say is that there might be that the Africans didn't get a chance to tell a story, and I'm telling you that's a damn lie. The Africans did. The Africans have told their story. They have told their cultural story.
Not the right ones. See, not the right ones.
So let me get this straight.
That know this. You see what I'm saying?
You know we can check this, right?
Yes.
Because you don't just jump to humans come from Africa, yo. That's a hell of a leap. That's a quantum leap, bro. Europeans argue forever that people come from Asia. The Nation of Islam say we come from Asia, yo. You familiar with this book? Origin and Evolution. This is an old joint of human race. Look,
Asia at one time, right?
Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying. We can follow. We can follow it. They in the Nation of Islam said that. They still say that Asia had a black man, right? On my
Oh man, hold on. Don't make me do it,
Yeah, God, don't get somebody beat up. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Don't get them beat up.
No. I don't want to do it to you, brother. Don't make me do it. We having a good show.
I'm there. What you trying to do? What you think you're trying to do?
I'm gonna show you something right now. Go ahead, keep talking.
All right. Okay, we're going to chapter 1. All right. It says, from studies I've made during many years, I'm fully convinced, right, and perceived ideas of many scientists regarding the origin of the human race, both as to place and the date are erroneous, and the evidence will be brought forward to prove that the human race did not originate in Asia, but in Africa. What is that?
No, go ahead. Let me pause this.
All right. It says biblical scholars tell you about 6,000 years ago in Asia, the Aryanist school, okay, in Asia about 20,000 years ago. Others, including many scientists in Asia or in some mystical land which has now disappeared, all of them have denied Africa as the home of man. Okay, that was Africa. All right, is the homeland of modern humans. All right, and so there's steps to get to that. The ancient population didn't know because they didn't know the world, bro. The ancient population didn't circumnavigate the globe, man.
All right, remember this video, brother? Do you remember this video?
One. And I give less than a damn about all these other groups. Because everything that's going to be done, been done already. My thing is how the universe was put here is the same question that I covered when you had your professor of history here, Reggie. So the redundancy to me is not one of my forte areas. Brother.
When he was talking about
every
planet was called Asia.
Brother, psychology is a game that's so old that it doesn't even work. First of all,
let me see where you at.
The brain is not the mind. The brain is a physical muscle locked inside the casing of the skull.
For real, this is fire.
It creates thoughts.
The brain doesn't create thoughts.
Well, okay, explain to us what creates thoughts. I'm just asking you, please explain to me with references what creates thoughts.
But yeah, that was fire though. Y'all was going in on that. I like that video.
My favorite one right there, yo. Shabazz was trying to get me. So yeah, this the book right here. You see it. Hold on, this the book. It's the book right here, bro. Hold on. Let me get you. This the book. All right. All right. Let me share my screen. All right. So I want y'all to know a lot of times y'all be talking crazy to me and y'all be spitting at the elders. What that book say that? What that book title say? What's that?
Man, God, and Civilization by John.
Who wrote that? Who wrote
John
that?
Jackson.
And it say what? Author, introduction to African civilization, right?
Yeah.
So why I get so much pushback? Yo, I ain't did nothing but teach what the elders was teaching that could be verified by Europeans.
Right.
It could be verified by people around the world, bro. I've never made nothing up, yo. Look, watch this. Look. Here. This is what I learned about Charles Darwin from. All right. He supported. I'm gonna go chapter 3. Ice ages in man. Make it a little bit bigger for you. All right. Yeah. I learned about Charles Darwin here, yo. All right. He talks about it seems that the earliest form of life appeared on our planet about 1.5 billion years ago. It say apes and man have been traced back to a common ancestry. First apes showing up about 40 million years ago. Okay, then around 25 million years ago, man became differentiated from the common ape stem. Let me move up a little bit. Oh, there you go. It say the popular opinion that Charles Darwin was the inventor of the doctrine of evolution is false. There were numerous evolutionists before Darwin, but with the publication of The Origin of the Species in 1859, Darwin made the theory of evolution intellectually respectable. Watch this. After that date, evolutionism became part of the lore of modern science and hence had to be reckoned with by all thinking men and women. Let me move right here. Hold on. Okay. It says the bearing of the theory of evolution of human origin was scarcely mentioned by Charles Darwin in the concluding passage of The Origin of the Species. Okay, much like he said, it say will be thrown on the origin of man and his history. So in that book, he wasn't even The Origin of the Species by way. He wasn't even talking about humans. How about that? He's talking about animals and plants. And watch this. It says in 1871, Darwin's Descent of Man was published, and in his book, impressive evidence was deduced, tending to show that man and the anthropoid apes could be traced back to a common ancestor. Most of Darwin's contemporaries judged the continent of Asia to be most likely the birthplace of humanity. But Darwin held that Africa had a better claim to the title of the cradle of mankind. We are naturally led to inquire, he asserted, where was the birthplace of man? In each great region of the world, the living mammals are closely related to the extinct species of the same region. It is therefore probable that Africa was formerly inhabited by extinct apes closely aligned to gorillas and chimpanzees. And as these two species are now man's nearest allies, it is somewhat more probable that our progenitors lived on the African continent than anywhere else. Page 55, source 55, page 520 in Charles Darwin's work. So that's my point right here. And then he talked about Albert Churchwood and all that, the origin and evolution of human race by Albert Churchwood. That's the book I just showed y'all and read from. Talks about he was a medical physician from the Royal Society. That's why come Friday, I got a physician's coming on. He's a PhD. He's a medical physician, okay? And he's also a biological anthropologist. Why? Because he's following this mindset right here. So that's my point. That's Charles Darwin. And I did not learn about Charles Darwin from white people. I learned about Charles Darwin from black people. So yes, like I said, sa.neter, Charles Darwin is one of the first people that had scientific evidence, right, that would show that humans come from Africa. And ancient tribes and populations were only concerned with their world, bro. We give them African-American thinking, bro. They wasn't thinking like African-Americans. They did not have people who have circumnavigated the globe. They only knew about their world, bro. It wasn't 9 billion people, 8.5 billion people on Earth, bro. We got to stop that. We got to stop putting our ideas and concepts on them. Now, back to that damn question that you damn near tried to make me run away from. We talked about, does the glyph mean the black people, right? Or does the glyph mean people of the black lands? Let's put it in this proper context.
They were saying both things, so they couldn't get it straight all the way either.
They got it straight because you got to put it in.
First of all, some would say the black people.
Okay, so we could talk about that. And here's the conversation. Which one explains them better? Which one give rise to their religion? Which one give rise to their culture container? Or which one is actually a byproduct of being enslaved, right? A byproduct of having a traumatic event that made you hate yourself, thus you had to glorify yourself. It would be slavery. It would be the African American, bro. So as we look at Egypt, we look at them as a bunch of African Americans talking about their skin color. See, but if we looked at it through the eyes of the ancestors were indigenous people that lived off of the land. It's when you take away the black land, right, the black soil, yo, you messing up their religion, bro. You taking away religion. You taking away the very thing that ties them to the land. Now, what ties the ancient Nile Valley civilization to the land? It's the fact that their religion, it's the fact that the understanding of their worldview comes out of being able to feed themselves. How do they feed themselves? They feed themselves from the Nile River. Thus, you have the god Hapi, because that's an important part of their life. How about the flooding of the Nile and that black soil? All they know is animals hunt on the great river Nile, and they eat and kill other animals, and they die, and they fall to the bottom of the river. Humans drown in the Nile, mighty Nile River, and they biodegrade and fall to the bottom of the Nile. Once a year, that Nile floods, and that what you presuppose is dead now overflows right on the shores and give rise to new life. Remember, death on planet Earth gives rise to life. That what you think is dead, right, rises again out of that black thick soil. Thus you have their religion, bro. Part of their religion is about what? Resurrection. Part of their religion is about what? Death and dying, right, and living forever. Well, that black soil represents magical principles that they did not understand. They didn't know that was the most nutrient soil, you know what I'm saying, coming up from the mixture of biodegradable dead life gave rise. They didn't know that, bro. What they did know was every time that black soil came around, things grew out of it like magic. And what did they do with that black soil? They fed the whole daggone country, bro. So the Nile River is a source of food, thus the source of their gods, right? It's a source of their culture, right? Thus the source of being Egyptianist. So the Egyptianist is tied to the river. Did you forget that John Henry Clark said, great river societies? You find great river societies in Nigeria. You find great river societies in the Nile Valley. You find great river societies in West Africa and Ghana. Great river societies, bro. So out of this great river society forms a religion, forms their custom, their traditions, yo, and what make them who they are. Now, does the dark skin make them who they are? Hell no. You got dark skin in West Africa. You got dark skin in Central Africa. You got dark skin in North Central Africa. You got dark skin in Native American territory called Mesoamerica. Dark skin is everywhere there's heavy radiation, and that organism has to evolve to protect themselves from the heavy radiation. Huh?
You got dark skin in Europe.
You got Africans that migrate to Europe, okay, first. So my point is it the religion out of? Nope, the black skin is what we cleave to. That's important to us. But if we look at it through the eyes, right, of indigenous people, yo, that black soil meant food, clothing, and shelter, and protection. That it actually is one of the things that helps form their culture and ties them to the valley, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell people. So if you just say they call themselves black people, then you done took them out of the Nile Valley and put them in America, and you're looking at it through the eyes of African Americans, bro. Simple as that. No matter what they say, no matter how they act. I'm trying to ask you this, son, that if I'm trying to figure out who the Egyptians are, right, I can go to the South and find people darker than them, right or wrong. Are people in Nubia, as you go deeper, closer to the equator, are they not darker than the Egyptians, sa.neter? Of course they are. So if the populations in the South are darker than, right, the Egyptians, right, then why is it that the Egyptians will call themselves black and not call those darker populations in the South black? Cat got your tongue, you quiet. No, you don't want to answer that. That go for anybody listening to the show. Why is it that the Egyptians would call themselves black, but not call the people that's definitely darker than them black? So that's the answer to the question. We put in this proper culture container, it would be the Kemet. What is the Kemet? The Kemet is not all of the land. The Kemet is only the areas where this black soil will come out of the daggone river based off it flooding in these areas, whether it be in the Delta, right? Whether it be along the valley, you know what I'm saying, is the Kemet. The lands, the farming land, the farming areas will be considered the Kemet, not they black skin. So that's where I'm at with that. You ain't got nobody that's gonna say nothing different. You're gonna find a couple people, right? Unqualified will talk that talk. They'll bring somebody from the 1700s and talk that talk. What they won't do is they won't find a modern. I don't even want to speak in absolutes because you will always find somebody that's going to say it. What I'm saying is the general consensus is that it's talking about the black soil. Thus, their culture permeates around the black soil. There's a contrast between the desert and the daggone black soil. So now, I want to play this video. You ready? Because they all joke me. I'm going to wait till you come off mute. Because you're going to have to say my thing. And I'm not banging, sa.neter, so don't say nothing.
No, go ahead. It's all good. I was just looking up something. Go ahead, brother.
You ain't answer that question. You didn't answer that question. Can you answer that question for this audience?
What's that?
Do you agree that people in Nubia, in the Sudan, are darker than the Egyptians?
Hell yeah.
So why would the Egyptians call themselves the black people and not call the people darker than them the black people?
Brother, I have no idea. Why would they do that?
Yeah, look. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna leave that for everybody to think.
It wasn't dark, brother. We know that.
Who?
The Egyptian people, the Kemetic people.
No, I said in Sudan, you have some of the darkest people on planet Earth.
No, I'm saying you said. So why would the Egyptians call them?
Not call them black, yeah, and not call them black. They would call them black to be black. All
the ancient Egyptian people was not black, dark.
No. But you said they called them. You said the glyph mean the black people.
I never said that, brother. Where you getting that from?
Oh, so you don't agree? You agree with that though?
You didn't say none of that.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna play the video.
Meant the land of the blacks. I was saying that.
The land, that's the Sudan. That's the Arabs called the land of the black. That's the Arabs said that.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
But you know that's the fight though. You forgot the fight.
No, I didn't forget the fight.
You forgot what Jabari and them said?
No, I didn't.
You forgot what all of them said? They said it mean black. Watch this. So here we go. Without banging, y'all listen. I never forget. I'm on the. I came on the show later. You had Jabari. All right. You had Smash. You had Say Cool. Right. And I popped up on them. And y'all laughed and y'all joked me. And y'all laughed and y'all joked me. I said, wow. Interesting. So let me play the clip. All right. And we're gonna find out.
I want to ask you this too.
Before or after I play the clip. Because you was there and keep
I want to ask you this before.
What?
Why you don't think, because I was watching a debate between Cedric and Mandinka Mali. I was watching it a little bit. And you don't think that black people been here before Columbus, Ankh?
What? I just explained to you. Hold on. When you say black people.
When I say black people, I'm talking about us. That's all. I'm describing our people. Like Africans.
Okay. Like Africans. Got you. No. So my question is, hold on.
How can you explain? Let me finish. How can you explain the Grimaldi people going all the way up into Europe?
They walked.
Huh?
They walked.
But they've been there. They've been there.
They wasn't been there. They started an African walk up there.
Exactly. So why you think they couldn't have made it here to America?
They did walk here 200,000 years, but they mutated and ended up looking like they look, bro. I said it. I said they mutated to their environment.
But that's
human
what
population.
Can you say that we was not here? When I say we, I'm talking about the ancestors, the African people.
Okay. So do you want to do it? Do you want to say this? Do you want to say the whole population is African?
No.
See? Okay. So fundamentally speaking, the human population is human. I mean, is African, fundamentally speaking, biologically speaking. Now we talk about the socially, okay. Then you go into the different, groups, the Germanic tribes, those from Britannica, Native American population. But fundamentally speaking, based on who we are, right? We are Africans. Fundamentally speaking, There's African and non-African, right? But non-African doesn't mean African. Non-African simply means that the mutations that occur, okay, randomly, occurred off of the continent of Africa, which is just a line drawn by map makers, bro. So you think because you stepped outside of Africa, you mutated immediately? No, that's not true. That's not what happened. Random mutations occur, bro. So when you look at any human being, all human beings are 99.99 the same, bro. Okay, so I can't make a person understand that Africans, that scientists say Africans and non-Africans, and Africans, when they say Africans, they're talking about indigenous people that reside on the continent of Africa. When they say non-Africans, they're talking about the Africans left out of Africa and mutated, and they call them non-Africans. But in the language of science, a non-African does not mean that they are not African. It's not my fault if you can't grasp that. It is counterintuitive. Put the shit in Chat GPT. Excuse my language.
Yeah, no cursing, no cursing.
Yeah, excuse my language. That's 2 curse words. I'm doing good. If you let me calm it down. Listen, I understand that when you hear the word African
information, brother.
I know you're not. I know you're not. I get hyped on that. Yeah. So I'm just saying when we say non-African, we don't mean in science not African. It's not what we mean. Right? It simply means that certain mutations occurred outside of Africa, and it doesn't mean that there wasn't mutations occurring in Africa. It don't mean none of that. And if you try to act like it do, then you're not talking about science. You're now talking about pseudoscience. Okay, so I'll get back to the African art, but let me play this clip right here.
Yeah,
it's a good one. This one y'all was laughing and having fun.
And to let you know, it is known that the Grimaldi people remains have been dated between 26,000 and 22,000 years ago.
Yeah. So yeah, Africans walk. So think about what I'm saying. Then so Africans walked about Africa, and over time,
could those be the people that Sheikh Anta Diop was talking about?
He used the they only use that. That's outdated term.
During the Ice Age.
Yeah, they walk, but they don't walk straight there, They walk following the herds. They migrate. So it's thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years to get here. All right, they get here around 20,000 years ago, but hell, humans been on the planet for 350,000 years. So you got close to 300,000 something years before we even leave out of Africa. Okay, mutating in our environment. The mutation don't start because a map maker drew a continent called Africa, bro. Mutations occur based off of climatic events, based off environment. That's why you can look at the Khoisan. The Khoisan is the oldest population on Earth, bro. But they ain't jet black. And they look like they could be, they look like they got the epileptic fold in their eyes. So why is the oldest population on Earth? Hold on. Why is the oldest population on Earth light skinned and got the epileptic fold, look like they Chinese and got little peppercorn hair? How come they ain't jet black? And they the oldest population on Earth.
Right. What's my man name?
No, you ran that. That's the important part not to run, though, yo. Don't run past that. Don't run past that. I ain't gonna let you run past that.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I'm telling you, look it up. The Khoisan is the oldest population on Earth, and they don't look like a Negro. They don't. Please explain that. I'm not asking you to explain it, but the people that want to run their mouth, they would have to explain that, bro. What? How come the oldest? I'm gonna say this again. The oldest population on Earth is the Khoisan, and they light skin, bro. They light skin, and they got peppercorn hair, and they don't look like you and me.
Right. So let me ask you, what's that dude name again? I forgot. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Ooh, which one?
Arab guy who who had all his money, all the gold. He was rich as hell.
Musa?
Mansa Musa.
What about him?
You know his protege. It was said
Abu Bakr. Come on, yo, I know this.
It was said that right there you go, Abu Bakr.
Yeah, I know Abu Bakr
migrated into America.
That's fine, yo. Okay, who said it? And let's read the count. Man, come on, bro. Did you really look at the count? Yeah, pull it up, yo.
All right. Hey, my man, they go Jabari Osaze in the building. There you go.
Yeah, I said his name a couple times so they could tell him. So here, I'm gonna play this clip. That's how you do it. You're gonna pop up. Here you go.
Yes, go ahead. Play your clip, man.
In my clip. Here we go. This is the famous clip right here when they laughed and joked. Put that up. They laughed and joked. We remember this, right?
Yes, of course. I see.
All right. So here we're going to play the clip. Let's play the clip. All right.
Yeah.
The ancient Kemetic people as, let's be really clear what she's going to do. She's going to describe the ancient Kemetic people as black by today's standards. Okay, I just put it up there, sa.neter. Go.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that the ancient Egyptians were not black as we Americans perceive it. They were. The way we define black with mixed race one drop rule, the way we define black as a positive thing, the Egyptians were black. Not maybe all of them according to our definition, but certainly most of them. And if you go to modern day Egypt today and you go to a place like Luxor down in the south, you'll be like, these people are black in our definition, our American definition of what black is, Jamaican definition of what black.
Woo!
Sa.neter.
Come on, man.
You got to play that again. Let's just play it again.
Egypt. Now,
we heard your voice. Woo! We heard it.
Yeah.
We seen Smash clapping. We seen everybody smiling and laughing and joking. Her emphasis was on American standards. One drop rule. Did you hear that, sa.neter? Do I gotta play it again for you? Because I need you to lock in on this, bro. You sure? What did you hear her say? She said the one drop rule? Did she say the one? Did you hear her say the one drop rule?
Play the video, man.
Answer the question. Did you hear her say the one drop rule? I want to get it on camera. You said yes, right? All right. You said yes, right? I want to make sure it's right. I don't want you to switch it because you woo, like you heard it. You heard it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So she said American standards, one drop rule. Okay. So she's talking about the standards in America based off of one drop rule, standards in America, they be black. Okay. Now, moving on. Great master teacher. Here we go. John Henry Clark. What does he say about the one drop rule?
These kind of traits belong here because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself. Now, according to the laws that's still on the statute book of the United States and some other parts of the world, one drop of us makes you a whole. Now, this ridiculous law and stipulation and measurement has given black people a lot of white people according to that law. Now, it has given us Beethoven, who was called a dark Moor. Now, he was probably one of the many olive complex.
What rule was pseudoscientific? What's the pseudoscientific rule that white people made up, sa.neter?
The one drop rule.
Is that the one you was woo and Jabari was clapping? Everybody was that the rule y'all was clapping about? I'm just curious, bro. Is that the rule that y'all was clapping about? And made me seem like I ain't know what the hell I was talking about. Let's do it again. Let's take it from the damn top. Damn is not a cuss word. You can find it in the Bible. Here you go. Here you go. That's the woo. Right. Woo. Yeah. It's woo. Where the bombs and I don't hear no bombs and none of that. Huh.
The ancient Kemetic people as, let's be really clear what she's going to do. She's going to describe the ancient Kemetic people as black by today's standards. Okay, I just put it up there, sa.neter. Go.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that the ancient Egyptians were not black as we Americans perceive it. They were. The way we define black with mixed race one drop rule, the way we define black as a positive thing, the Egyptians were black. Not maybe all of them according to our definition, but certainly most of them. And if you go to modern day Egypt today and you go to a place like Luxor down in the south, you'll be like, these people are black in our definition, our American definition of what black is, Jamaican definition of what black.
Woo! sa.neter. You got to play that again. Let's just play it again.
Egypt. Now,
the ancient Kemetic.
I'm not reaching. She's talking about the one drop rule, bro. That's not a debate right there. That's not an argument right there. She's clearly talking about the one drop rule. The one drop rule is a pseudoscientific rule. How do we know the one drop rule is pseudoscientific? You can ask any search engine in the world, is the one drop rule pseudoscience? Yeah. Let me move to one of my favorite teachers. Okay, you go.
These kind of traits belong here because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself. Now, according to the laws that's still on the statute book of the United States and some other parts of the world, one drop of us makes you a whole. Now, this ridiculous law and stipulation and measurement has given black people a lot of white people according to that law. Now, it has given us Beethoven, who was called a dark Moor. Now, he was probably one of the many olive-complected Europeans that you see in the millions throughout Europe. But in the States, in the United States, they say that if you have one drop of blood of a black person, you're a whole black person. Now, by this stupid law, we have a whole lot of white people. There's a whole lot of people that think they're white that belong to us. We might claim all of South America because the Spaniards were mulattoes when they got there, having been mixed with the Moors for.
So, one drop rule, okay? One drop rule, pseudoscientific. Let me make sure that we understand that the quote unquote one drop rules is pseudoscientific. So the one drop rule is widely considered.
I'm with you on that. It is pseudoscientific.
I want to finish though.
And don't forget, John Henry Clark been saying pseudo a long time ago, Unc.
I know. So see what I'm saying? See, y'all think that I just made up stuff. You think when Ngozi first said it in Clyde Williams, he was making up stuff. It come from the elders, bro.
Right here that you playing.
Huh?
He said he used the word pseudo in his clip.
No shit, sa.neter.
Pseudo. So he been saying this a long time ago.
Oh, hold on. You want to know how long, sa.neter? Look, it's right here, sa.neter.
But what it is that you coined it in the black community, in the conscious community.
I coined it, and Ngozi said it first. Yeah. I never forget it. And Ngozi said it first, and he cussed out Clyde Williams. He called him a pseudo. So Clyde Williams is definitely the first person that got called pseudo in this modern time that we dealing with right now. I'm talking about in this conscious community thing. I'll get at to Ngozi's first one that said it. Now, as for really rocking it and really popularizing, yo, yeah, I did that. Right? But look at the date though. Hold on, look at the date on the video though, yo. Look, what's the date? You gotta take down. No, like, hold on. No, put that back up there. What Jabari say? Look, is a social. What did he say? What man? What was the other clip? What was the other clip you had? It say, "Do I need once again to play a clip of you saying Black African power?" Come on, man. He reaching now. You tripping? How come ChatGPT know what I mean when I say Black African power? When I say Black African power, yo, that means I'm understanding my shared experiences of Africans in America going through the slave trade and having to defend the color of their daggone skin. right? I want to talk about how beautiful the black Americans are. When I say black African power, I'm saying that the beauty of black people, despite of colonialism saying we was ugly, despite the colonialism saying we had big lips, despite the colonialism say the skin made you ugly and made you a devil and made you a half a human, I'm saying that, yo, no sirree, Bob. I'm black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm beautiful. And then I'll say to you, hold on. Then I'll say to you, the great Nile Valley Africans, great West Africans, great South Africans was not under the yoke of colonial powers to even have a need to call themselves black or glorify the color of their skin. That's an African American invention. It's an anachronism when placed on those ancient populations. They never had a traumatic event that made them even have to look at their damn skin, bro. They resided in an environment prior to the influx of Europeans coming into the damn country, colonizing it, bro. Please give them their due respect. Please. So, Jabari, don't play these little games. Stop it, man. Relax, bro. But stop playing that game. ChatGPT tell you what black African power mean. It means it's us as African Americans, yo. Big up to the continental Africans and Africans in the diaspora. A big up. So we got that together.
Was Cleopatra at all African?
I ain't listening to you right now. You trying to throw me. I want to finish this.
Okay.
It says the one drop rule is widely considered pseudoscientific. Scientifically, it has no basis in biological reality or genetic evidence, and it represents a social construct rooted in historical racial discrimination rather than the genuine biological differentiation. It said the one drop rule emerged in the United States as a social construct doctrine, asserting that anyone with even one ancestor of African descent, one drop black blood, is considered black. This concept was codified in America law. That's what John Henry Clark said. And social practices primarily during the Jim Crow era, okay, to enforce racial segregation and maintain white supremacy. The source will be Hickman, 1999, and Davis, 2001. It has lack of biological foundation, lack of anthropological and genetic evidence, and the academic consensus is clear. The one drop rule, okay, is definitely pseudoscientific. It is based on archaic racist ideology rather than on legitimate scientific evidence of reasoning. Contemporary research consistently repudiates this rule and the concept of racial purity it represents. So there you have it, bro. So we got that clear. Y'all laughed and joked. We heard the woo. We heard Jabari. We heard everybody cheering, right? Make them speak to that why they glorified the one drop rule. They won't. And I'm going to end it with this. Okay? I'm going to end it with my favorite, John Henry Clark. All right? And then you can open it, you can do whatever you want to do, sir. I got mine in. All right. Make sure y'all go ahead and catch that great interview we doing. All right, $30. All right. Samaka Cater tomorrow at 7 o'clock. 6:37. We're gonna start somewhere around 6:37. All right. So that should have the link in the title, right? We're gonna be able to ask me these questions. All right. So let me play this video right here. All right. Go ahead, Sal. Pull up the video. There you go. Interview with the Experts series. Okay. That's March 21st. That's tomorrow, 6:30. Be in the building early. Tickets is $30. We got Dr. Samaka Cater, PhD right there. All right. All right. Also, he's a bioanthropologist. Okay. Medical doctor, and he's a bioanthropologist. If you want to understand these terms, if you want to know exactly what's going on, bro, listen to the experts, man. We have experts that look just like us in our community, able to explain these things. I'm not making up none of this stuff. All right? There you go. All right, Saul.
Difficult saying Italian American, Greek American, French American. I don't think they should have any difficulty saying African American or Afro American, as the case may be. Now, these are people who are black in the main. But let's get something straight. All Africans are not black. The black is the prevailing color in Africa. There are Africans who have not been mixed with any white people at all, who are light brown. And they've always been that way. And they're just as African as the blackest of the Africans. So we got hung up on a narrow definition like black without explaining that it has elasticity that extends beyond a person being jet black, then we get ourselves into another trap. We get out of one trap and get into two. So now let's qualify what we're talking about with black. But when we're speaking of a people on a world basis, then let's relate them to land, history, and culture, so we'll know what we're talking about. Until someone creates a nation called black, from which we emulate, or black land, or black area, or black borough, then I'm afraid that the word black is rather limited.
Right. I'd like to thank you very much. You've certainly said quite a few things. The book, The World's Great Men of Color, is undoubtedly going to cause quite a stir and be of amazing educational value. Thank you very much, Professor Clark.
Thank you.
Yeah. And that's in 1973. Y'all see it, 1973, yo. 1973, that man said that. That man said that in 1973, yo.
All right, what's up?
Hold on, Sal. Hold on.
All right, y'all. We waiting on Ankh. He's on the phone to take care of some business.
All right, I'm back. Okay. So what? Hold on, I say the reason why Carol Cooney clip was used is because he and Garfield were saying that the Kemetic people weren't black. Of course, they didn't have modern racial. But why Jabari even come on there and even why are you even saying that, Jabari? Just admit it that you was wrong by glorifying the one drop pseudoscientific rule. That's all you got to do. No explanation for that. You just made a mistake.
But he never said one drop rule. He never said that. I don't think.
I just played the clip.
Okay.
He claimed that the lady was saying they was black. No, the lady was saying they was black underneath the pseudoscientific rule. I'm gonna say this again. Carol Cooney was actually being funny. Okay, she was saying, of course, if we're gonna look at it like African Americans and use African American standards or European standards in America of race, then of course they black. That's exactly what she was saying. But there's one point here. The standard of America during that time, the one drop rule, is a pseudoscientific rule and should not be applied to biological terms when trying to understand who that population is in the Nile Valley. That's exactly what it is. And Jabari, I'm starting to worry about you. If you fight that right there, I'm worried about you. If you just concede that, say maybe I shouldn't use that. They tried to trick us, right? They forgot that John Henry Clark said it was pseudoscientific, right? So ain't no getting out this, right? You showed the clip. Because I knew what the lady meant when she said it. I laughed. See, we had a conversation. I laughed when she said it. I said, yeah, if that's the point, everybody is black. She said, yup. And that's what John Henry Clark was saying. John Henry Clark saying, well, if the rule is right, then we got a whole lot of daggone white people on our side now. Because a lot of people got African ancestry. Yeah, it's right there. They gotta let that. Hey, look, sometimes, man, this is where you really start to realize, like, why would y'all keep doing that? Just say you got that wrong and move on.
But see, Unc, if I was you, I wouldn't wake up a sleeping lion. I would just allow Jabari.
Bro, I'm coded in. Listen, I'm coded in science. Listen, and the whole time y'all thinking they was beat me up, they actually wasn't. We can do that again and again and again, bro. They not getting. Listen to me, man.
Yeah,
Look,
it
bro.
did. It damn sure did go over my head at that time.
I know.
I agree.
Yeah, thank you.
I
For
agree.
being honest. Thank you. Look, Shoom, thank you. That's all right, though. But I'm saying, but we all make mistakes, and it's something to learn from everybody. I learn from you. I learn from everybody, bro. That's not a big deal. The big deal is when we sit here and we hear it in front of our face. Did y'all just hear what John Henry Clark said about the blackness? Did you hear that, bro? You on mute.
Yeah, I like that. He went in. Black Jesus used that clip against Jabari one time.
So what did he say about it? He say, all right, enough of that. Did he not say that?
Yeah.
So why they keep doing it then?
Yeah, now, you know, when you look at it, I agree with Dr. Clark. I agree with him.
Man. Come on, yo. I agree with Dr. Clark better than them three.
And I'm quite sure Jabari agree with him too.
How? He can't. He's stuck too far now. He cannot say that man was right. He can't. None of them can back away from that position. None of them can actually say, yeah, you know what, man, John Henry Clark was right. No, what they gotta say is they gotta stand on that. They gotta make some kind of meta-nature magic. They gotta do some kind of something and say, oh, hey, no, yeah. But guess what? I'ma always be clear. And when I'm wrong, I'm gonna say, you know what? I was wrong. I don't have a problem with that because this is about these people that we're talking to, bro. It ain't about me. It ain't about none of them. It's about the people that's listening to us, just trying to find a better way to fit into a world that they was pushed into through slavery. I'm gonna say it again. It's about these people that have been marginalized. You got Trump running around trying to make DEI hires some kind of witch hunt or some kind of negative thing. Like DEI, when Jackie Robinson was a DEI hire. Think about that, yo. Jackie Robinson was a great baseball player, bro. So, suppose him not have a chance to go against some of the Europeans to see how great he was. Yeah, they wasn't hiring. We had our own league, the Negro League, because they wasn't hiring us to play in what they quote unquote called big leagues. What do you mean? The DEI allowed them to play and show how great he was. Jackie Robinson was great. You got about 5 governors that was black in the history of the damn United States, bro. I'm saying there are over 200 million white people, right? And so there's 35 million black people. I'm saying it's disproportionate of how many of us are quote unquote black governors. It's disproportionate of how many black presidents we had. On the other side, look at the Europeans. Their numbers is right there. They over. Like it's nobody else live here but white. That's not true. So to have a maniac run through here with the DEI house and then make it and then demonize it as if you didn't have enough skills. That's why you got it's crazy, bro. That's not true. It's social media will make things wild, bro. That's why you gotta have your scientific literacy cap on and know that just because you're a DEI hire don't mean you're not qualified. It's crazy.
As the God killer, how do you view the kingdom of Kemet, which was a spiritual based and religious driven yet scientifically advanced kingdom for its time?
I would say proto-science. Okay. I would say they was advanced for their time. Like there. Set the standard. I say they would also have their religion. Hold on. They also had remember my idea of religion is different. Remember my idea of religion is a social construct. I go by the book, and there is no real academic there's no academic agreement on what religion is. Okay. So their religion was their culture. Their culture was their religion. It's their social construct. It's how they formulate ideas and opinions to survive in their environment. There's reasons why they deified the river. There's reasons why they deified the Kemet. There's reasons why they did this. They did this to understand their world. It's the way of remembering things. It's the way to put things in context for that particular civilization. It doesn't fit everywhere. It only fits their environment right there. How they should act, how they should govern themselves. What was their morality code? That's all contained in their thing. So I do not have a problem with that. What I will tell you is that everybody that walked in that damn now didn't believe the religious stories. I sometimes I question if those priests even believed a lot of that. How about that, bro?
All right.
But you know that kind of stopped some of the innovation, though. Some of their spirituality bled into, you know what I'm saying? Like they couldn't quite get there. They couldn't separate. They wasn't there yet. They had it like this. Look, we think that having your science and your religion like this, I'm saying having your science and your religion going hand in hand, it stops the growth of science.
Kemet disprove your theory, though, Unc. Kemet,
no, it don't.
Hold on. Hold on.
Don't.
You don't even know what I'm gonna say. You gotta let me get it out first.
Well, I know what I've been talking about. But
Kemet disproves your theory as an atheist that religion and science cannot both be present in order for civilization to prosper. What's your thoughts on it?
I never said that because that'd be stupid.
I never said
look, I know you didn't. I'm just saying for the first 350,000 years, there wasn't no. You don't find modern science till modern times. What you have proto science. You have innovation. You have technology. We led the world. Hell, Africa led the world for the first 2 million years. Okay, in technology and ingenuity. So that ain't the point. I would argue that having your science tied in with your religion stops your growth. How great could they have been if they not mix it up? All you gotta do is go to the medical papyrus. All right, go to the medical papyrus, right here. Hold on. Look at this. If you go to the Edwin Smith medical papyrus, all right, and the Edwin Smith medical papyrus, we have it in the book of anatomy. I show it all the time, right? There you go. Considered to be a reference. This put that screen on that saw. Look, it's the Atlantis of the human body, right? All right, and you open it up. All right. You got the Edwin Smith medical papyrus right here. All right.
You gotta learn how to read that, man.
Nah, you let Jabari and them do that. Look, it says the Edwin Smith papyrus, written in ancient Egyptian script, 1900 to 1600 BCE, is the earliest known medical literature, consisting of 48 case histories. It describes the conditions and diagnosis of treatment in a rational and systematic way for the first time in history. The point I'm going to make here is, right, they're describing ideas. Y'all act like rationality just popped up. No, we couldn't separate our thing. It took a long time for humans to separate their thing. The Egyptians wasn't quite there yet, because in this same medical papyrus, underneath of it, right, they still would introduce some deities. They just don't introduce the deities in the prayers while they was putting together this rational thought right there. But right underneath of it, right, they'll introduce the daggone deities again. They hadn't quite did it. Imagine going to a doctor's office and they write you a script, and on that script, on that, it say John 13. Imagine that. You be like, what the hell is going on? Right. I'm saying it wasn't there yet, but that's okay. It took humans 350,000 years to even remotely get to that point, and they did it in steps. The problem I have, right, with African Americans at time is you could practice your religion. I'm not opposed to that. The issue I got when you try to put it together, that's the problem. It's like mixing oil and water. Humans created religion and humans created science. Two separate things. One is for the spiritual world, whether you believe or not, right? Things outside of nature. Religion, the spiritual system, are for things outside of nature. Okay? Science is for describing nature. When you try to take religion and give a scientific explanation for the world, that's when you mess up. So there are two different tools used by human beings. Whether you agree or disagree, right? They should be separate. Simple as that. They are not made to be together. No matter how much y'all holler and scream, if you'll show me indigenous people to mix it, and I'll show you a nation that didn't mix it and finish them off. That's why I like Shaka. I like Shaka Zulu too. Shaka Zulu, my man, yo. Shaka Zulu is my man. He used that technology on him, like Shaka, and told the priest, right, when he came into power, he cut the. It is said, right, that when he came into power, yo, he gathered up the priests and the medicine men and he chopped their head off and told them, go ahead and put your head back on. And let you go put your head back on. Anyway, so we heard what John Henry Clark said about the black thing. Do you want to talk about that, or you want to let that slide off the thing? How you feel about that?
Nah, you made your point.
I hope I did.
You made your point.
You sure? You sure? Yeah, I want to make it one more time. I'm gonna close it with this. Man, make sure y'all support that event too, whether you like me or not. Y'all think it's important.
American, Greek American, French American. I don't think they should have any difficulty saying African American or Afro American, as the case may be. Now, these are people who are black in the main. But let's get something straight. All Africans are not black. The black is the prevailing color in Africa. There are Africans who have not been mixed with any white people at all, who are light brown. And they've always been that way. And they're just as African as the blackest of the Africans. So if we got hung up on a narrow definition like black without explaining that it has elasticity that extends beyond a person being jet black, then we get ourselves into another trap. We get out of one trap and get into two. So now let's qualify what we're talking about when we're black. But when we're speaking of a people on a world basis, then let's relate for saying Italian.
There you go. I ain't said no more or less than that, bro. Do me a favor. You heard that. Play that 1 minute clip, yo. Play that 1 minute clip. Samaka K, the 1 minute clip. You're going to say the same thing that John Henry Clark said. We talking about the high level intellects in our community. That 1 minute clip. John Henry Clark says more than one way to be African. All Africans ain't black. Craziest thing ever, yo. Yep, people act like that man ain't said that, and everybody ignored what that man said for years since 1973, bro. Since 1973, that man been saying that, and all y'all tried to come in and usurp that.
Not that one, right?
That's the 1 minute.
And I'm just trying to get an idea from what the questions I'm hearing is, I mean, what would you define then as an African?
I don't define an African or the African. There is a matrix of variability that constitutes a description of an African reality. Very different notion. The moment you start defining things with narrow terms and in particular ways, and a non-scientific, for something that's as fluid as this, is the moment that you will get into trouble, because then you're going to be forced to explain things, like I said, with typological methods or deductive methods when they don't fit. Okay?
Yeah, y'all see it. Dr. Samaka K, the man, gonna be live in the event, $30, man. Interviews with the experts. We got a lot of interviews on our channel, and they all said that the experts agreed with them. How? Craziest thing ever, bro. Anyway, if you want to listen, people dive in with the crazy, you can. You know what I mean? I'm here for a minute, man. I want to support that event.
You see what Jabari saying? Told you, man. Don't wake up a lion, a sleeping lion. When he sleeps,
no, he said I ran across. Listen, look, how I run across the goalpost. Think about that. See, instead of him saying, you know what, I was wrong with that, he's gonna give you, he's gonna try to explain all kind of other stuff. Nah, bro. No, bro. You can't do it. See, I just respect the conversation more, right? We in here shooting at each other. So then if you got shot, you got shot on that point. It's okay. We learn. But that's a John Henry Clark statement that is more than one way to be African. Right? That's a Samantha Cater statement. That's not a brother Ankh statement. Anyway, what's going on, Elder? How you doing, man?
What's going on,
What's up?
you doing,
What's
man?
up, brother Si?
All right, you got a question for him?
Yeah, I do. Hey, dig this here. I understand your premise and I understand what you're saying, but we are saying the same thing because Dr. Henry Clark, and it's just amazing. I was just listening to that exact thing about 20 minutes ago. I was turning my brother on to him. He hurt his spine and he's in a rest home. And I just gave him, Dr. Henry Clark to listen to. But here's my point. He said that Black Africans are all not Black. He said they're like your complexion, our complexion. He didn't take away the point of saying that they was not Africans. So, my question to you is, because I understand how you think, and I know you're not saying that the Egyptians didn't look like me. You saying that the Egyptian wasn't Black.
I'm saying that wasn't nobody Black until white people made themselves white.
But you missing my point.
I didn't actually miss your point. I'm saying there is no Black people before white people invented Black people. I'm saying they was indigenous to their land and had their own names and their own clan, their own tribes. And then people applied the racial construct. So what John Henry Clark said, and he made it very, very simple, that all Black people ain't Black. He was simply saying that everybody not dark skinned, so why just call them Black? And he said that rule, that pseudoscientific rule that promotes that is just that, pseudoscientific. And he said the Blackness is cool. He said, but it doesn't identify who you are and where the people come from. He said that, bro. So I'm saying is, as an African American, I accept the Blackness. I've never not said that. When we having a serious discussion, right? And we're having conversations about anthropology, right? And we're talking about an ancient civilization, then we would use the modern tools of anthropology. And in anthropology, race is a social construct, bro. And so if we're going to teach the people, man.
Let me say something to you, just all of that you gave, and I'm not going to even be facetious and say it was word salad because you're trying to explain your point. But I'm getting you back to the point to understand that whether we Black people or whether we just humans, the Black Africans looked at like this panel. That is what we're saying. And whether you give it a identity or not, let me finish. Whether you give it an identity or not, that's your own premise. But what I'm trying to tell you is this. The Black Africans, even of Kush and of Egypt and Ethiopia, was this panel right here because it varies in color. Look at Jabari, look at Sai, look at you, and look at me. We could have been the Egyptians. So if you want to go, I'm talking about this is just sensible thinking because you don't have to go and get all modern and high scholarship about it. We understand we understand the area where these people was at and the phenotype that these people had. So if you got something different, lay it on.
I do. I would like to say this, that the Nile Valley Africans, specifically the ones in Northeast Africa, Northeast African, right? Northeast Africans, for the most part, don't look like West Africans. Northeast Africans, and we gotta say it. I gotta say Northeast Africans, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somali, Nubia, right? They all live in Northeast Africa. There's a confluence there of 3 consecutive continents. Okay, it's a very diverse population. All right, so there is no picket fence or something that stops these people from migrating back and forth. It's the understanding of evolution to help you understand that population. Okay, it's fine. And any mixing that occurred in Africa. Thus is why we call them indigenous to that area. Okay, but it's a different look, right? They don't look like you have a Nilotic population all the way in Sudan, the middle Nile. Okay, right? That's at the base level there too. No one's denying any of that. I'm simply saying they never called themselves Black people. That's an African American concept fighting for struggle and salvation in a land that had enslaved them, bro. The Egyptians wasn't fighting for a struggle or nothing about their damn skin, bro. That wasn't even on the table. That's all I've ever said, bro. I've never taken away from the Africanness or indigenousness of a people. I'm talking about the people that get very, very silly and for some reason degrade West African civilization. For some reason, degrade South African civilization. For some reason, degrade Central Africa. I love Zimbabwe and the way they build. I love West Africa, some of the oldest pottery traditions on planet Earth. Like, why is it just Egypt? I'm saying they're all Africans diversified, bro. Like, I don't even get this. They are indigenous Africans. So at that point, ranging in skin color, like you said. Okay, but it's a different form, it's a different environment in Northeast Africa. One environment is intersecting of 3 continents. Wouldn't that change a little? Wouldn't that change the way people look a little bit? Right? I couldn't hear you. I couldn't. Anyway,
would it change the phenotype?
I'm saying, but it's evolution. No, that's cool. I'm just saying it's evolution at play. Yes, phenotypes. So the picture they show for Negroes.
Mute so I could go to the next person.
All right.
Yeah,
all right,
but
go ahead.
You finished with them up?
I'm finished. Yeah, I just want to say that the phenotypes. You can look at the Somali, right? The Somali not gonna have, Ethiopia not gonna have the exact same phenotype as Central Africans or South Africans. Look at how I said South African. The South African, Khoisan is some of the oldest people on planet Earth. They don't have the Egyptian phenotype. So why? Why is the phenotypes of Egyptians so damn important to African Americans? I understand why. Because it was the standard. I get it. But it wasn't. I wouldn't say it's the greatest African civilization of all time. I think that's just based off of how you speculate around the issue, how you think it is. You know what I'm saying? That's not a like, it's based off how you feel. All right. I like all African civilizations.
You good, Suntan?
Yeah.
All right.
Appreciate that though, Suntan.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
that, bro.
Brother Jabari, you up next?
I'm not sure why Ankh came back to rehash these comments.
Rehasher.
Because I really do think that the problem is that he is changing what the discussion was about. He said many things tonight. It's just in a little bit that I was watching. I was at the Tech-In doing spiritual stuff, Ankh. And so today is the spring equinox, so I was there. And on the way back to Harlem, I listened to part of what he's saying. And he said many things incorrect. He said Jabari said that Kemet means the black people. He said that. I'd love for him to show a quote of me saying that. He will not find one. He also said that the Khoisan people don't look like Negroes. By the way, he's even chastising people for using terms that are not anthropological, and he still then goes ahead and uses dated anthropological, dated social terms like Negro. Who still uses Negro? And he also says he chastises Karakuni for saying that she said one drop. That's not the only thing she said. She did mention mixed race, one drop, and she also said the positive way that we refer to black. She was trying to put the categories into how the social construct of blackness exists. Then he said she was joking. You saw the video. She wasn't joking. Then he tried to say that that John Henry Clark, someone who I knew very, very well, as you all know, was trying to say that we should no longer use black. I'd love for him to crack open one of John Henry Clark's books and see if he uses the term black referring to people. One of the things that also frustrates me in this community is everybody looking at a YouTube video. If you're a scholar, why don't you look at what the scholar wrote? Show us and you don't want me to do it, because I can. But I think that these are the major challenges. So here's what the conversation actually was. Primarily Garfield, and to a lesser extent Ankh, was saying that the ancient Kemetic people were not black. No one is arguing that the ancient Kemetic people had the same racial constructs that developed in the 17th and 18th centuries in the United States. No one was saying that. What we are saying that he disagreed with was that by today's standards, they were not black. Ankh actually has moved the goalposts cross state lines. You will see him on a Greyhound bus holding the goalposts. Be like, why you got goalposts on the bus? I'm taking it to another state. That is not what the conversation was about. So that now that he has added some more complexity to the conversation, he's making it sound like he's proving us wrong. No one said that the Kemetic people viewed blackness the same way that we do in the modern world. No one made that argument. The thing that we are contesting is about whether we should view, by today's standards, the Kemetic people, not the Egyptian people. Stop using Greek terms. The Kemetic people, black. That's what we're talking about. And I wish that Ankh didn't bring this up again, because you know what he's doing? Garfield was the one that jumped out the window, and Ankh is now holding his coattail and flying out the window with him. Why, Ankh?
Hey, Jabari, let's just talk. Hey, Jabari, let's just have a conversation. I can tell you why.
I would love to have a conversation.
No, right. So I'm saying, hold on. Yeah, hold on. No lectures. Me and you have a conversation, man.
I'm here to have a conversation.
Thank you, brother.
But I want you to, let's just start with the Khoisan people. You said that they're not Negro. By the way, why are you using such a dated term?
So you playing right now, no, Jabari?
Let's look at them.
No, I'm saying, so you playing though.
Hey, listen.
Because I don't use the term Negro black. The term Negro means black, bro. You didn't know that? Don't make a face. It's a Portuguese word for black.
The term Negro, you are now taking. Now listen, you are now taking
black
negative connotations.
I'm not, bro.
Negro was not the term. Wait a minute. Listen, you know this. Negro was not the term that black people chose for themselves. And so when the term black came into common parlance, African Americans, we'll call them that now, were truly trying to distinguish themselves from the term Negro and other more derogatory terms.
No, Jabari.
Negro is a more dated term.
Jabari, I wasn't using the term Negro, Jabari. You
used the term Negro. You said the Khoisan are not Negro.
No, I was trying to make a point, bro. I wasn't. I don't use that term. I didn't make a point off of that, and you know it. And you want to make the whole conversation about that.
I'm not making. No, I've said several things.
So, but you know that I practice scientific literacy. You know that I teach the community about scientific racism, and I talked about the 20 races they talk about, and I said they settled on 5, and I explained all 5. And so we know Negro is an outdated term. So I would not use that. I was simply making the point in the conversation that the Negro, Khoisan, you know what I'm saying, they don't look like the picture that Europeans showed that they called Negroes. But you, in your infinite wisdom, you play this wild game. But go ahead, Jabari.
But there was no need to use the word Negro. Why did you?
Well, I don't want to continue the conversation. Why I use the word, the same reason you use the word black. Now, how about that?
Now, see, so that means that you are saying the word black and the word
Jabari, the word black is Negro. Jabari, is the word black Negro?
Community in our community.
Does the word black mean, no, forget that. And the world, planet Earth, does the word Negro mean black? Answer the question. Does the word Negro mean black?
Listen to what I'm saying.
Nah, man, I hate you, but you gotta answer my question.
Listen to what I'm saying.
So that's how you want to have this conversation. You don't want to have a gentleman's conversation? Let's have a gentleman's conversation.
Answer a question. How about let me answer a question? You just asked me a question. Let me answer the question.
What was my question? Does the word Negro mean black?
I heard your question. I'm trying to answer it. Are you afraid to answer the question?
Why would you answer? Just say yes, it means that, and then give me the explanation.
No, it is not as simple for me to give you a yes or no answer.
No, answer the question, then give a description of it.
I'm giving you a yes or no answer. In this instance, in the social construct that is race, Negro is not the same as black. I know that the term Negro can be translated from one language to another as black. But in the social reality that Black people were facing in the United States, we were being very clear that we were no longer using the word Negro, we were using the word Black. In that instance, those words, while they can be translated the same, have very different meanings, Ankh. You know this.
Jabari, I'm simply saying that it was a colonized term. All of them. That's all I'm saying. And it was invented by the same. I said, no, it was a colonized term to describe who we was. It wasn't how we described ourselves. And this is the context of the whole conversation. Did you claim I moved the goalposts is? Maybe we should maybe we should both study each other's position because you don't know mine. You clumped me in with Chief X, which was disrespectful. You did on that, and you clumped me in with Garfield, right? I wouldn't consider that to be disrespectful, but I don't share all his positions. My position has been very clear from the start, bro, that they are indigenous Africans and didn't have the frame reference of Black, right? And whether you agree, hold on, and whether you say it or not, you sat there, and I'm just saying, you sat there and you did smash them say that it meant Black people. You didn't say like you would do me on a regular basis. It don't mean that. You would actually challenge. You didn't challenge them guys on that when they said the word Kemet mean Black people. You was quiet. But go ahead, Jabari. I'm just saying.
An hour ago, you said that I said it. Now you're saying someone else said it and I didn't challenge them. Which
I'm saying it is that you agreed with it.
Did you hear me say that? Now, listen. I want to be.
You know what? I'll concede. Let's concede here. Oh, no. Let's concede. Okay. I'm going to concede that maybe you didn't say that.
Okay.
Now, are you going to concede? Hold on. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I'll take it back. Right? I will concede that you may have not said it if you concede that the word Kemet don't mean Black people.
Ankh, I never said Kemet means.
No, I'm asking you right now. Does the word Kemet mean Black people?
I'm trying to agree with you for a second. Could you please let me have?
Yeah, go ahead. I'd rather you just get straight to it because I'm thinking you might be trying to scam me. Go ahead.
I'm trying to agree with you.
Go ahead.
You tried to put someone else's argument in my mouth.
Go ahead.
And I actually do not believe, and there are others that I respect dearly that will disagree with me on this topic, but I do not believe that the term Kemet in its original usage was meant to describe skin tone. I do not believe that. But you decided that you were going to put those arguments on me, all of them.
My man.
Rather than
my man. Hey, my man. Hey, I told you I concede.
Rather than speak to me.
You're right.
Why did you do that?
You're right. Because you sat up there for 3 hours and laughed and joked and didn't say, hey, man, y'all guys are just as wrong as Uncle is. If that's the point, you didn't say it.
The issue is that
what's your issue with me?
That's
but
not.
Hey, Jabari, my man. But go ahead. Now, what's your issue with me?
Listen, Ankh, you and I don't disagree on everything. I've never said we disagree on everything. Much of what you say I agree with. But half the time you want to fight me for reasons that I am not going to try to understand. You call my name for everything. When you stubbed your toe, you said Jabari did that. You call my name for every darn thing.
That ain't true, Jabari.
Stop doing that. Because
you was on the video. You was on the video.
Disagree on everything.
I know, but you was
and
making
the other thing is this.
Fun.
Your position on the Blackness of ancient Kemet is more nuanced than Garfield's was. I recognize that.
Thank you, sir.
But as he jumped out the window, you didn't say, Garfield, you wrong. You're saying that I didn't say that to other people. You were on a whole show, brought in experts, and Garfield was jumping out the window, and you said, where's your coattail? Let me grab it. And you jumped out with them. And now you've come back to rehash something that should not be rehashed. The very reason why you played a clip of me playing Karakuni is because Garfield was saying that the Kemetic people were not Black.
But she actually didn't say they was Black, yo.
Garfield was saying.
I know, but hold on.
Jabari. And the expert that he brought in, notice you didn't play what his question was to her. You just played her response.
I know what the question was. I had the interview with the lady.
What was his question, Ankh?
He was like, did he just call themselves Black or would you consider?
That's what you asked.
No, hold on for a minute. Or would you consider them Black people, right? And
that's what he asked.
I know, and guess what she actually said? She said, in that part of the world, right? Those modern Egyptians, they put slavery and blackness together. So don't nobody want to be a slave, and they sure as hell don't want to be black. And she said we should respect that and understand that we're saying two different things. That's exactly what she said.
Did say that.
Okay,
but that's
so
not
listen,
all that she said.
I know. Let me finish, and I'm not going to do you long because I think the conversation is good for the community.
Finish.
And she also was trying to make the point that her son asked, well, where's the Native Americans at? Right? And she say, the Native Americans is right there, son. He was like, what? Where? She said, although they may have a different mixture these days, right? But there's still the Native population. And over time, although they have changed, there's still the Native Americans. She was trying to make the point that the Egyptians is there now are still the Egyptians. And they might not be like the ancient Egyptians was, but they're more closely related to the ancient Egyptians than any other population on earth. That's what she said, bro. You don't agree with that?
I partially agree with that.
I like that. There you go. We get it somewhere.
And you might have heard, listen, see, part of the reason is you don't talk to me.
You don't answer your phone.
You just come up. There's no reason for me to answer my phone, all the nasty things you said about me, brother.
Wait, hold. We ain't saying nothing. Hey, Jabari, you make that up. Jabari, you realize you was on my
some messed up stuff about me.
No, Jabari. Listen, you said messed up stuff about me.
What did I say that was messed up about?
I don't want to play the video. I don't got to do that. We know we both say stuff back and forth.
I don't get into the ad hominems, right?
No, listen. You do the same thing I do.
Let me finish because I was responding to what you said.
But I want to let you know that you've been on the show. My show. I ain't said nothing about you until just now, since you've been on my show. So you can't say that.
Huh? I don't understand what you just said.
I said you came on my show. We had a great discussion.
What show? This show right now?
No, my show.
Oh,
my channel.
Listen, you and I didn't.
I'm saying, but I haven't said anything about you since then. Though.
You and I didn't have always have an adversarial relationship.
We always got a little because I feel like you
changed, and I don't know why it's changed.
No, it has not changed, Jabari. I'm just not going to let you. And I say the term, no, I'm not going to allow you to, one, soft style me, and two,
soft style you. What does that mean?
Because you, it's like I talk shit and everybody know it. I throw blows and everybody know. Hold on. I'm saying you like don't do that. No. I throw blows, right? You throw blows. You just throw it soft style way. They have the same effect. Right? You didn't know that. You didn't know you throw shots at everybody on a regular basis. You just do it differently. That's all. And the fact that you sitting there not knowing it is disingenuous. So of course I throw shots, but you're a shot thrower too, bro, all day. That's all.
Listen. You're not going to get in the ring and not get beat up when you're in the ring with me.
Let them know.
The reality is that anyone who gets in the ring gets beat up, including you if you get in the ring. That's what happens. So if you're saying I'm a shot thrower, I think that there's a certain level of decorum. There's a certain level of my approach is different than yours.
Yes.
But I'm not saying that if you're going to continue to say negative things about me, that I'm not going to respond. I try to respond. So maybe you're saying I soft respond. That's just because
no. I'm saying Jabari.
I'm responding to what you said. I'm not going to curse at you. I'm not going to call you names. That stuff is I don't like doing that. And it's possible
I appreciate that.
Of my role as a priest, I'm not supposed to be doing that, right? So, but I think sometimes what you do is you oversimplify what I am saying. You take everybody else's argument and you say that Jabari said that. You do that a lot.
Hold on.
So you sit in the room. Sometimes you get just get splashed on. You sit in the room with some people who have said very vile things about me. Garfield has said the most vile things about me one could say.
You lied about. I'm saying, hold on, Jabari.
Let me finish because I want to say this so we can settle this. You don't usually settle those things, but you're usually there with him when he's saying it.
Okay.
And then when I'm dealing with him, you come in to be his to hold the water while he's in the ring. You're the one holding the water, and working on his wounds. So sometimes I come at you too, but I'm not going to come at you the same way that y'all come at.
So let me tell you how I took that. First of all, I don't hold nobody water. See, when you get in the ring, I beats the hell out you. Like I beat you up every time we have a conversation. It just take more information for people to grasp. He just beat Jabari up.
Right.
So you thinking you beat me up? I know I'm knocking you out because I'm gonna keep it scientific and I'm gonna keep it with the experts. So while you think you beat me up, I know I'm beating you up. Let's just make that clear. Second point, I don't hold nobody's water. I've heard you lie on Garfield. Now, I'm not trying to do the whole Garfield thing because sa.neter is here and I know they got their little thing, right? But I heard you literally lie. Right? So lying and talk. Hold on, yo, lying and talking.
No, hold on for a minute. I'm good. I moved on from the Garfield thing. I don't.
That's good. I'm glad,
brother. I've moved on from that.
Okay, but I didn't want to mess up your thing, but he brought it up.
I don't think we need to even talk about.
I know, but why? You know what you just did, though, right? You let this man say what he wanted to say about Garfield and how he wanted to say it. But when I started talking, you did that little thing that keep me from being over here all the time. Okay. Don't do that. Let me finish, and then we will not talk about that no more. Allow me to finish.
Go ahead.
So I'm saying is, I've seen you looking at camera, Jabari, right? The same way you do the shot about currency by water, it's a shot to me, and how I feel like I am as a grown ass man, right? I seen you looking at camera and say Garfield didn't show up for that debate. When me, you, and him was on the phone, and sa.neter was on the phone, and we know nobody actually got the link. So you never could tell the public that the man didn't show. We never had a link to show. So although you may not cuss at him, but you'll tell a barefaced lie. And you're a priest. So I'm gonna hold you here. So we don't gotta keep talking about it. I'm good. I actually enjoy talking to you because I think you can actually reason. That's why I put more pressure on you because I know you know better. I've never disrespected you as being an adept professor, right? I know that's the status you get to, and I understand where your level is. I understand that cussing at you don't make sense because you don't do it, right? I get it, bro. So that's why I'm measured. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna cuss at you no more, bro. You don't cuss at me. I'm fine with that. But our conversation, you know that I know that I'm right there with you, Jabari. I'm right there with understanding what you think I don't. And you know it. Out of everybody you box with and all that, you know, dude gonna come with science and you got to be right and exact. So we cool. We learn from each other. You may not admit it, right? Because that's just your fighting style. I'm good with that, Jabari. So your conversation was that the Egyptians was black. Now, if you said when I'm saying black, I really mean African, right? And yes, you understand that black and African is not synonymous because you're in academia. You know this, right? Then I say, okay, I get what he's saying. So I've never not said that Egyptians wasn't indigenous Africans. That's what I said. And I said they range in skin color because that's the consensus. All right. So I've never been wrong in that conversation, bro. I've stuck to the consensus, Jabari. Simple as that.
All right. Jabari, let's not go back and forth during that.
No, we done. No, we finished. We good.
One of the things that helpful sa.neter is Ankh and I are hashing this out, right?
Yeah, but don't hash it out over here.
Why not? That's how you get content. But that's how you get content, though.
Let me say
that out on the phone or something, man.
Listen,
now he messed up the good content, Jabari. See how he messed up the good content.
But look, the people are. You got a good video here. You don't want to mess this video up.
We're not. That's why we're not cussing.
Let me say. We are speaking in a much more amiable frame right now, and I appreciate that. Right?
We should stay there, though, Jabari. You're right about that.
I would like to stay there like that. That doesn't mean that we disagree with things that we're not gonna go at each other, right? Intellectually, I hope.
Yeah.
You know. And I'm not going to rehash everything with the debate with Garfield. You don't see it the way I did. Okay. You said I lied.
Yeah, I said it.
And I do not agree that I lied. I do not agree that I lied.
All right. Okay, we cool.
So that's how you feel. You can feel that way. I would say 100% that you are incorrect.
Did you get a link? Did you get a link, Jabari, though? Jabari, did you get a link?
Notice that.
What's that?
We're talking about how we agree and disagree.
Yeah, did you get a link, though?
And much of it has to do
with what?
With Garfield.
That's fine, but did you get a link is what I'm asking.
Now, you are pretending that the only way you cannot show up with something to something is whether you have a link or not.
Yeah, it's online. You need a link.
Wait. If I invite you to a birthday party, right? And the birthday party's at 2 p.m.
You're a priest, Jabari.
And you're saying, you know what? I don't know if I have the address. And I go, oh, okay, I'm getting you the address. And you say, you know what? I'm not coming anyway. Then I can say, well, he didn't come to the birthday party, whether you had the address or not.
You know what, Jabari? I just got it.
Clearly said,
hold on, man.
He clearly said that he was no longer going to do the debate. Please let's not go back and show text and everything like that. My perspective is different than yours.
You know what, Jabari? Hold on.
Wait, let me finish. And I'm willing to allow you to have your perspective. I don't want to rehash all of that.
Now. You know what? I don't want my perspective. What I will tell you is, if you're having that birthday party that you're talking about, that you invited a person to, and that birthday party is supposed to start at 1 o'clock. And I say, okay, if your birthday party starts at 1 o'clock, I'll be there. And then, right, we don't get the directions or quote unquote the link until about 2, 3 o'clock. And I say, well, yo, you know, I actually had something to do at 5. So that means the closer you get to the time I got something to do, that means I'm not going to be able to make it now. But if you'd have started on time within an hour or two, I would have came. And that is what actually happened, bro. The debate's supposed to start at a certain time, which was cool. At me, you, and Son.neter was all on the phone. And Jabari, we on the phone. We chilling. We good, right? But it kept going. It just was some technical difficulties. That's what makes it so bad. It was some technical difficulties, right? Which is cool. This shit ain't simple as everybody think, right? And it crept closer and closer to 4 o'clock, to 5 o'clock. And at this point, you was always saying, I don't care what time it is. I'm debating. You said, I want to get the people what they want. You was always ready to debate. You never said if it was at 5 o'clock, you was going to be there. If it was at 8 o'clock, you was going to be there. Cool. But Garfield had a cutoff point. You have to respect that man cutoff point.
See, you're using what Garfield has said now.
No, I'm talking about what.
Let me finish. Like everyone knew what you just said. Notice how when you were describing the course of events, you said, I told you if your birthday starts at this time, I can come. That didn't happen. The let me finish. The reality is that it was going to start later than planned. That's true. That's true. But our debates never take 3 hours ever. They're never 3-hour debates ever. Ever. And the other thing is, the other thing is, Garfield didn't tell us that he had something else to do until he was saying that he was not coming. This isn't something he said before. I spent the entire time from before the debate was supposed to happen to when I actually went live trying to assist with the technical issues. The entire time. And I was communicating. Let me finish. And I was communicating with Garfield the whole way. This was a conversation that was between me and him. You weren't part of that conversation.
I know.
That's why I'm saying you carry this water, because now you assume that you know everything.
No, hold on.
You are the cut man in the corner, and that's why when he gets knocked down, he falls down. He falls on you, and now
Jabari, I already knew. Hey, Jabari, I want you to know that I already knew. Hold on, I already knew that the man had Jabari. You forgot I was on the phone.
He did not tell.
Jabari, you're getting old. Jabari.
Only time he said, you're older than me, brother. The only time he said he wasn't going to do it and he had something to do was when he just said he was. That happened in the same conversation. The same.
We was on the phone.
He didn't say it has to happen by this date or I can't do it.
All right, we can let that go. All right, Jabari, did you ever get that link though, Jabari?
Yeah, actually, I sent out a link on my own.
What time was that?
I'd have to look at text, brother.
About what? About what time?
I don't remember, and I don't want to do that.
All right, Jabari. Anyway, Jabari, this is what I want to say, bro.
Back to Black East.
You let Ankh rope you in, and you agreed with Ankh when he said that the Arabs that's over there in Egypt now are more closer to Kemet.
No. He didn't read me into anything. The reality is that part of what is happening, sa.neter, is Ankh and I are not yelling over each other right now. So I have not responded to everything he said, and I don't agree with everything he said. So if you want to talk about that particular issue, you have heard me. If some of you have seen me talk, what is the name of that dude? A modern Egyptian dude that comes on and says, "Don't steal my culture. Don't steal my culture."
Yeah, I remember.
You know who I don't remember his name.
And he Egyptian too.
He comes on and do that. He is Egyptian.
And more Egyptian than anybody on this day. That's the funny part about it.
Egyptian. Right over Ankh's head. He's Egyptian.
Do you remember the question?
Let me finish. Let me respond to the question.
Yeah.
Because you said I didn't respond to it. Let me respond to it right now.
No, you did respond to it.
There are some people. Wait a minute. Listen. There are some people who live in modern Egypt today,
right?
That may not look like what we would consider black today, according to this nebulous term black, that do have within them some ancient DNA. But what has happened is large numbers of people, foreign people, have poured over the borders over the course of thousands of years, and some of them look different. I'm not ready, but I'm still not going to say that everyone that is there has that DNA. And the other thing is,
have you seen a lot of African people there, like black people there?
That's what I'm about to say, brother. That's what I'm about to say.
That's what I was going to ask.
I don't believe that Ankh has been to modern Egypt, right?
Don't do that.
And so what I want to say to you is when you're further in the north, you will see lighter skinned people that come from all over the place. But when you go further south, people who that are less mixed, you're going to see people that are clearly African. And for a period of time, even in the late period, that began to happen. That began to happen even in a late period. You had the Persians. Mm-hmm. First of all, let's start at the beginning. What we really know, people we can call. You had the Hyksos, you had the Persians, you had the Assyrians, you had the Greeks, you had the Romans, you had the French, the British, the Arabs. All of those people came over the border. Mm-hmm. And when you see that brother that comes on that says, "Don't steal my culture," some of you may remember I said, "Brother, would you be willing to take a DNA test?" He refused. And I said, the reason why I'm asking you that is, look at the color of your skin. I would bet, this is my hypothesis, I would bet that if you did a DNA test, you would see that you have what some people like to call sub-Saharan African DNA. He refused. And so the picture is more complex than I think that you have allowed, that you don't believe that I have the ability to have complexity in my analysis.
We said we were going to talk, though. Now you give me a lecture. Hold on, Jabari. Now you say we weren't going to do that.
I listened to you, brother, and I didn't interrupt you.
No, we finished that conversation, Jabari. Oh, you talking about earlier. All right, go ahead.
How come whenever I'm talking, you want to have a conversation, but I'm sitting here?
Because we off the Garfield thing. You ran from sa.neter question. You know what sa.neter asked you. He ain't asked you that.
Y'all, real quick, let me pay respect to the brother who donated. Real quick.
Okay.
The ancient Egyptians were black because most of the indigenous West and South African migrated from ancient Egypt, Kemet, Ankh, and Garfield don't know what they are talking about. That's our brother V-Man from the V-Man show. Go ahead, brother Jabari. Thank you, V-Man, for the.
All right, Jabari, you in lecture mode now. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to you flam sa.neter though, bro.
I also want to say to you that
Jabari, do you know sa.neter says something totally different than what you're explaining right now, or you just being funny?
No, I think you did answer it.
I answered his question. I clearly answered his question.
You know, he said, I'm gonna tell you what the man said. The man said you let Ankh rope you into saying that the word Kemet don't mean black people. Did you answer that when sa.neter said no?
times. I said, why is it? That's not what sa.neter just said, by the way.
What you say, sa.neter? Go ahead, ask him again.
The question I was answering.
Ask him, sa.neter. Ask him again. Hold on, Jabari. Ask him again, sa.neter. Go ahead.
No. Don't ask yet, sa.neter, because I want to say I want to be clear. I heard the question. Ankh did not.
What was the question? Hold on. Whatever, man. Ask him the question again.
Let me see the question.
No, the issue is we want to hear you answer his question.
Okay,
I'm saying you didn't.
Wait a minute. This is what we'll do. I want to let's play a little game. Let's see how ready you is for this, Ankh.
Come on,
I'm going to type what sa.neter asked in the chat.
Man.
And then we'll let sa.neter answer it. And all you're going to
say, man, you won that. What did I want to know? What was it you said, Jabari? I mean, sa.neter.
Both of y'all stop. This is what I asked him. I said, how you let get you into that? But see, he was right. I said, you said that the people that's over there now are more closer to ancient Egyptian, to the ancient Egyptian people.
Right. Yeah. Right. That's that part too. Yeah.
I answered the question.
So what's the answer?
I answered the question.
The question. What's the answer?
You said I was lecturing. And I answered.
You took too long. You took too long on that answer. The answer is yes.
Listen,
the answer is yes, Jabari.
has the ability to listen.
No, the answer is yes, Jabari, without an hour. All you gotta say is yes, and then explain it. Or no, and then you explain it.
My answer is not yes.
No, you know that's the tactic, though, right?
Wait.
That's the tactic, though, Jabari.
My answer is answer is more complex than a yes or a no. The people in the North, listen, I'm gonna give you the Cliff Notes version, but you have to listen. You have to listen. The people that are further north, this is the reason why I said you haven't been there, because I've traveled all throughout the country. So the people that are further north, I'm not trying to insult you.
Go ahead. The people
listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead, man.
The people further north tend to be lighter. Some of them have ancient Kemetic DNA, but I'm not saying all of them do. Many of them do not. When you go further south, you're going to see people who are less mixed. And those people, we would argue, are black like we are black. And those people have DNA that goes back thousands of years. That's what I said. So the answer is not as simple as saying yes or no.
Okay. All right. Hold on, Jabari. Hold on, sa.neter. Let me say that.
Go ahead.
Hold on, Jabari.
I have to leave in a minute because I'm getting a call that I need to answer.
I know. Hey, Jabari, let me say this. There's no evidence there's no evidence of a displacement event, yo.
What?
Meaning that the ancient Egyptians wasn't displaced. Like a whole population came into America and they displaced the native population. That didn't happen in Alabama.
I didn't say that.
You did.
No, I did not.
No, you didn't say those words. But hold on. You did, bro. You didn't use those words. So I'm going to ask you this. Watch this. I got you. So, Jabari, was there a displacement event in the Nile Valley? Yes or no? And don't give me the whole mumble jumble answer. Yes or no, bro? Watch this.
First of all,
this is crazy. Yo.
I did answer that.
No, I'm asking you now. Was there a different thing? Is there a displacement event?
Brother, I'm not going to be able to answer your simple question with a simple answer because it's not as simple as you're describing. I'll start with this because you have a very low attention span. I'll start with this.
I have a low attention span to when a person trying to con me on purpose.
Yeah, I'm conning you. I will start with this. I will start with this. There were several displacement events.
Okay.
When an empire falls, people scatter. That's what happens anywhere. But it didn't happen like at one time. It happened at several times. And the other thing that you have to recognize, I'm not saying this is the simplistic answer that someone who's been studying for 2 years might give. They make it sound like when the foreign people came in, everyone left. That's not what happened. Many people left, but many people stayed. But you have to understand at any given time, they were probably, sa.neter, please, if you could put me back put us all back. I want him to hear this. And if you do that, it might cause distraction. I want him to hear what I'm saying because I think that he thinks I disagree with everything he's saying. I don't. But this is what actually happened. At any time, there were probably about 5 million people in Kemet. Today, there are over 30 million people in Cairo alone. It is the largest It is the second largest country on the continent of Africa, second only to Nigeria. So part of what has happened is you've had large numbers of people, foreign people, who have come in. Many of those people ain't related to nobody that was there. Some of them intermarried. But as you go further south, you're going to see people who have been sitting in that area, living in that area, fishing, eating in that area for thousands of years. They're not as mixed as the people in the north. And some of that mixing happened in the late period. That's what I'm saying to you. So no, I'm not saying. So I would not say.
You just can't do it.
So I'm not saying to you that there was an Exodus event. Even that term is a term I don't like to use because of the origins of the word Exodus. So I have to say to you, I'm not saying there was an Exodus event, but I am saying there are three things I'm saying very quickly. One, populations did leave. Because when empires fall, that's what happens. Two, not everyone that is there now, even the lighter looking people, are people that I'm ready to say have no ancient DNA. That would be a ridiculous argument. The reason why they look very different is because the large numbers of foreign people that came in. So some of those same light-skinned people, if you do the DNA, you're going to see something different. But if you're saying that they are more closely related to the ancient Kemetic people than anyone there, that I would disagree with as well. Because if you go further south, now you have people who actually have been there forever and have less mixture of outside DNA. So the people that are further south.
So Jabari, you just gonna keep going on and on and on, yo.
Because you don't seem to be listening.
I'm listening to you. You just talking me to death right now, Jabari.
All right.
Oh man, you talking me to death for no reason, bro. Like you gotta always get that off, bro. We can't even have a conversation without the lecture.
Can I go to the next brother, or you want to say something?
You keep saying
my attention span is not short, yo. Goodness gracious.
I answered a question, and then you asked me the same question.
No, I didn't. Okay, you said that the population was displaced. All right, bro. Well, I heard you. Go ahead.
Is that what I said?
I thought that was
That's not what I said.
So you didn't say they got the population displaced?
You know what, sa.neter? I'm out. I'm out. I have to go. I have a call, and he's not listening. Maybe he does not have the ability.
So the population didn't get this. No, you take so long. So you're saying the population didn't get displaced or did, Jabari?
Listen, wait a minute. Let's be clear. This is not science. These are populations and social movements.
Man, I just asked you, did the population get displaced or not? You say yeah and no.
Now he is now yeah and no. My domain.
No, I'm saying what? You saying yeah and no, right?
I'm the one that's done the study. And so
he ain't done the study no more than no. Hold on, Jabari, don't do that. You have not studied.
I haven't studied this topic more than you.
I'm saying you don't know what the hell you're talking about right now. You have not studied no more than anybody else. You do not have a doctorate degree in Egyptology, no more than anybody else.
On the screen do.
So then act like it then. Okay, so what do you mean you studied more than anybody? That's arrogance, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Undergraduate degree in African studies.
Okay, what they got to do? And
completed. In fact, the same person that you showed as your source was one of my teachers. You are outclassed.
I'm outclassed. Okay, Jabari. You know what? I'm done with this conversation. Hey, Jabari. I'm only outclassed by you talking me to death.
I have 3 masters.
And your annoyance to continue to talk regardless. And your inability to make complex ideas simple, bro.
You want to make it
sound I'm not doing nothing. I'm not. You claim you outclassed me. I'm saying we're talking about Egypt and strictly Egypt.
You did it again, man.
All right.
I'm good. I ain't tripping.
Right. Yeah. We're gonna move on. We got Brother Joe. Brother Joe, do you have a question, brother?
Yes, I do. Peace to the panel. First of all, how y'all brothers doing tonight?
I gotta break out, okay? I'm sorry, brothers.
Jabari. My question is for you and I. My question is for you and I.
You're gonna take an hour on here, so don't even worry.
Go ahead.
Take off an hour for this man.
So look, my question to y'all. My question to y'all is: do y'all think a lot of the confusion that we have surrounding this topic is due to the fact that people have not read up-to-date material. So like a lot of the stuff that we read.
Good question, brother.
They like we reading old writers from the 70s, 80s, and so on. Like a lot of information has been updated. What do y'all think about that? Where's the confusion coming from?
I actually do believe that part of it is that folks aren't reading some of the latest information, because there really aren't a lot of scholars that specialize in ancient Kemet that don't recognize its extensive cultural, linguistic, and ethnic, racial ties to the rest of the continent of Africa. The folks that said that those ties don't exist or that they weren't prominent were folks that were using data that was really, really stale. And so you've seen me quote this book before, right? This is Ancient Africa, A Global History to 300 CE. It was printed by Princeton University Press, 2023. And I want you to recognize that as this scholar, Christopher Everett, describes ancient Kemet, he says that they're using older data, and that's part of the problem. He actually says, I just want to read this really quickly. Let's start here. Ancient Egypt was in Africa. More important, ancient Egypt was of Africa. That is not the way that the previous 2 centuries of Western scholarship have presented this history. For too long, ancient Egypt has been portrayed as if it were an offshoot of earlier Middle Eastern developments, as a region somehow intrusive peoples coming from somewhere outside of Africa. By the way, I hear Ankh saying some of that. It is long past time for us to discard these old notions, rooted as they were in self-serving, racialist presumptions of 19th century Europeans. Notions that too many people still today simply assume and never think to examine. The most recent generations of scholars and scholarship on Nubia and Egypt have been uncovering extensive new bodies of evidence, and they are casting aside the older assumptions and following where the evidence leads. So he continues to talk about where these problems are, and he even addresses some of the quote-unquote DNA studies that people were presenting without any fundamental analysis. So I just want you to understand that here's another one. In any case, the geographical setting of the foundational developments of ancient Egyptian history, in fact, lay in lands well south of the single late northern site considered in the genetics article. These lands extended from several hundred kilometers south of the confluence of the Blue Nile and the Abai, the White Nile and the Blue Nile. By the way, you should know, he says that these lands extended several hundred kilometers south for the confluence. By the way, I was arguing with Ankh once because I don't think he properly understood the word confluence. Of the White Nile and the Blue Nile. The confluence is where two rivers meet. And those 2 rivers meet in modern day Khartoum, which is in the Sudan. So I want you to understand, this is Christopher Everett. This is 2023. He's actually saying that ancient Kemet's origin is further to the south, not in some this is the crossroads of 2 different continents argument that Ankh is making. This is not the same thing.
But you know, some of these new writings, especially when you speak about DNA, they impeach the way
We're going over to
you explain.
We're going over to Ankh. We want Ankh to respond.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Jabari,
I'm
the book you hold in your hand, the author does not use the word black to describe the ancient Egyptians in the whole text. Am I correct?
I don't know whether he uses the term.
So you didn't read the book
in the whole text. I don't remember whether that one.
Okay, well, let me brush up. I'm
gonna say this in less than 5.
No, you already said your part. You answered. You don't know.
He doesn't know. He doesn't need to use the word black.
Thank you.
Because he says that the origins of ancient Kemet are from kilometers south of where we now place the Sudan. And no one is arguing that the Nubians weren't black. So if he's saying that it comes further south, he is saying
okay, Jabari, do you realize how much you talk? Now you're talking through my turn. You answer the question you don't know.
I'm not sure. I didn't see a timer. I'm not sure what you were referring
to.
to.
I'm saying you fell into it.
Your question, but
I say, Joe, you know Jabari gonna take a whole hour to answer, and you doing it. In the middle of me on the screen, you still talking.
That was it. Do you have a urinary problem? Why are you doing this like this?
No, I have a Jabari problem. Jabari.
You do have a Jabari
I think you're the most dominant force on the thing. It's my turn to talk, brother. Just because I asked you a simple question don't mean you take another hour to make us forget what you're talking about. So it's my turn, bro, and I'm going. So here you go, Jabari, as usual, making up shit. Now, what he's talking about when he did that lecture on are you still talking?
I said nothing, brother.
Okay, I thought it was you. I'm hearing ghosts. You talk so damn much. So you did a slide presentation. Okay. I came up late in the slide presentation, right? You actually showed the full context of Christopher Eric's statement about the confluence in rivers, right? I didn't see that slide. Okay. Then when I get on there, you ask a question. Do you know what the word confluence mean? And share my screen. I said, yeah, I know what it means. Watch this. Mind you, I had no idea he was using in the context of what Christopher Eric had written. I couldn't have known it because I wasn't on there then. But watch this, y'all. This is the definition I gave this man, right? This man, being a college educated person and claiming to outclass somebody, supposed to know this. Can you please share my screen, sa.neter, so I can present the source? Here's the source. Clearly, the word is confluence. What I said was, I said that the area of confluence is where the three continents intersect and different populations come together. This man yelled to the top of his lungs, no, it's not. It's talking about the blue word. I say, whoa, brother. And he does what he always do. I say, no. The word confluence don't have to just mean rivers. And you kept talking to the point where you back on here again saying it. So here's the definition I read. Confluence are coming or flowing together, a meeting or gathering at one point, right? Watch this. At the confluence of Native Americans, Hispanic, and Anglo cultures, Santa Fe is the symbolic heart of the South. It's telling you that different populations can come together. That's a confluence. You, in your infinite wisdom, was stuck right here. It says the flowing together of two streams. Bro, I know that. Or the junction of two bodies of water. Bro, I know that. Confluence can mean more than one thing. So, bro, if you'd have asked me what does confluence mean in relation to Christopher Eric on that slide, I'd say, yeah, he's talking about the white now and blue now. I've been talking about this for damn near 20 years. All that outclass shit is you just too daggone slick for your own good. I apologize. Listen, yo, that outclassing is bananas. You're outclassing yourself, brother. So the word confluence can be used to mean the coming together of flowing rivers and also the confluence of different populations as shown by the Cambridge Dictionary. So what are you saying? Just say, Jabari, you know what? I got that wrong, bro. Can I hear you say that? Not seriously, because you did it too much. Can I hear you say that, Jabari?
First of all, I didn't get it wrong. And the way you described the conversation was completely wrong.
I'm done, bro.
You didn't just jump in. You admitted that I showed a slide, and then you're going to say you were giving the definition of the word confluence that is not connected to what the
man, I don't even talk to you no more, bro.
Who the heck would do that?
Bro, I didn't see the slide because I wasn't on the program yet.
Why didn't you say?
Because you didn't give me a chance. You yelled and screamed.
I didn't just ask you what the word
you did. Jabari's on tape. I made 3 videos about the incident.
I did not. What happened is I was reading the same quote. You were you were there when I was reading the quote. So you making it sound like you just popped in and I did you a pop quiz like this is Jeopardy.
Okay, Jabari, but you asked me what the word confluence meant.
So what actually happened is I'm
gonna play that video. Bro.
I read the quote.
Oh, you done.
And then the way that you answered the question,
crazy, yo.
The way you answered the question told me you didn't understand the term. So I said, "What do you mean? You don't know what the word confluence means?" That's what happened.
Jabari, Jabari. Okay, let's say you're not sitting up here and making it up like you normally do.
Play the video.
The way I describe the word confluence is accurate, Jabari.
Not in the context of the book.
Right, but I didn't know you was talking about. I thought you just asked me. I know what the word confluence means, bro.
I was reading a quote and you misrepresented the quote. So I said, wait, you are misrepresenting the quote. Do you know what the word confluence means?
No, I did not misrepresent confluence.
Play the video.
What is wrong with this man right here?
Play the video.
No, I'm gonna do a whole show. I'm gonna do a whole show on that. Like
of course, you're gonna do a whole show, right? Okay.
Yeah. But go ahead, Joe. Joe, you remember that moment? Why is he playing? Hey, Joe, do you remember that moment, though, Joe?
Bricks don't punch back.
I remember that moment.
Is he right about what he's saying, yo? And don't, because you Christian, no Christian.
I don't remember it that well to be able to break it down. You know?
Yeah, all right. Okay.
It's an honest response.
Yeah, all right.
But I know that's the reason why I responded the way I did. Because I was reading, the slide was on the screen.
Is the definition of the coming together of I was talking about in ancient times. This is the area of confluence, bro. You said I couldn't use that.
Brother.
Are we serious right now? See, this is why, you know what, yo, I probably need to just chill out.
Yo, hold on, everybody, hold on.
I'm good.
I'm moving on. Move on. Y'all too, man.
No, you good. You right, son. You got to moderate. Move on. We good because I'm looking for that.
Get that Dr. Shamaka Kita tickets.
All right, hold on, man. Let me go to Moses 777. But hold up, Joel wanted to get some tickets. I think. What you were saying, Joel?
You want to make sure everybody gets.
No, I just wanted to make sure everybody got something before I bounce.
All right.
I appreciate that, Joe.
All right, Moses 77. You on the call? I want you to know that you are in the building with scholars, with Ankh, Jabari in the building. Be careful what you say, man. Crazy stuff you be doing, brother.
Oh Lord, I'm up here showing y'all definitions out of it. I'm showing y'all definitions of a scholar, but I'm talking crazy stuff. Hey, but before I say anything, you do know that Suntan was on here before me, right?
Yes.
You want to go to Suntan first? And I don't think it's fair for me to cut in front of him. Oh, Suntan left? He left.
Yeah,
okay.
No, Suntan is right here.
But go ahead, Go ahead, Mo. I'm cool.
Oh, okay. All right, Suntan. I appreciate you, fam. All right, so
what you say?
All right, so let's rewind the show back to its original format, which was Ankh and Jabari, the Black African origins of ancient Kemetic history, ancient Egypt revisited. I want to go back to the original topic because these brothers they going in a total different direction from what the original topic was. So,
see you freezing up, man. You got the bootleg Wi-Fi going on, man.
No, I got the bootleg Wi-Fi because I know get into some stuff. All right, so at any rate, since Ankh's name is in the title and it's attached to Kemet origins, I want to ask Ankh, since his whole thing is scientific literacy, can he show the audience an image of an atom that has a nucleus in it? Because I want to talk about Kemet from a scientific standpoint, since his whole thing is scientific literacy. And we'll wait on you, Ankh, to share the screen.
Man, I never asked you where so faulty. What the hell do atoms and the nucleus to atoms got to do with Kemet?
I will explain it.
No, I'm not answering that.
No, I will explain it. Don't run, brother. Don't run. Just show the picture. Don't show the picture. Just show the picture, and then allow me to explain to you what it has to, why it is associated with Kemet.
Mo, I'm not doing that, Mo. Okay, you can have a conversation with yourself. Talk to sa.neter somebody. I'm not doing that. I'd rather talk to Chef or somebody. I'd rather talk to you. He got more goddamn common sense than that. I ain't doing it. Go ahead, brother. Then you freeze it up with your wild technology. And the car wise ran.
Fine, bro.
Go ahead. Explain it to us.
All right. Okay. So when it comes down to scientific literacy, we all know the purpose of atoms, and we all know that atoms have a nucleus in it. So I will ask this question, since he don't want to show a picture. Is an atom truly functioning if the nucleus is compromised? Is the atom considered living or functioning if the nucleus is compromised? Yes or no?
Come on, this is a scientific.
I'm not. I told this man I'm not having a conversation about atoms and the ancient population of Kemet. The two don't go together. I refuse to do it. Why don't you answer it, sa.neter?
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna show you why the two of them go together, sa.neter. The reason why the
Hey, Z, why don't you answer this? Why you leave me out here by myself? You gonna answer that?
Okay, he can be a clown today. He can be a clown today, sa.neter. Let him be a clown. Let him be a clown. Can you put him on mute? Can you put the clown on mute so I can go ahead and
get him out of here, bro. Get him out of here. That's gonna mess with my temperament.
Names, brother.
No, it's too late. Hey, sa.neter, I refuse to have a conversation, man.
He don't want to have a conversation because.
Hey, sa.neter, can you remove that gentleman, please, before I cuss his ass out? Because he don't cuss out, I'm about to cuss him out. I don't want to mess up the show.
This is
Thank you. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
All right. Let me go to Chef. What's going on, brother? You on the call?
What's going on? What's going on, everybody?
Try media. What's good?
Peace, brother.
Yeah, what's going on? All right, two things just happened, and I'm gonna just, you know what I mean, real quick. So,
sorry, I don't understand.
Jabari and when he did reference the word. Now, I totally understand, and I know that knows the meaning of the word confluence, right? Mm-hmm. The issue comes when he read the source, what the guy was talking about, and the source was talking about the river. So when he asked you, what did confluence mean, it was in reference to the source material that he just read, right?
Correct.
So he was expecting you to give the definition, right? In the context that the source was using it in. So that's the issue with that. Like, y'all shouldn't even argue over that no more, right? And you gave another definition outside the context that the definition was meant for in that in the source that he read. Do you agree with that, Jabari?
Yeah, but that's not what he asked me. He didn't say, based off this slide I read, right?
Yes,
what does the word confluence mean? I know shit means two different
I don't want to bog it down.
Yes, I did.
Because y'all got to know that that's
what it sound like I just showed a flashcard. It was on the slide, and he was sitting there. It wasn't like he had just jumped in. And I said, "Hey, you know what the word confluence means?" That's not what happened.
All right. So now the second part is, so y'all having the issue with that right there, right?
But Chef, can I say this really quickly? One of the reasons why it was important is because you have to know where the confluence is that he's referring to. Right. But if you don't even get the word confluence, you don't understand what he's trying to say. That's why I asked. And he didn't just pop in and I asked him out the blue. Mm-hmm. Now, what might have been happening is Ankh don't really listen to me. He listens to like 5 seconds and he gets frustrated. Right. So maybe he didn't hear or listen to what I was saying. But what I was saying was important because Christopher Everett is saying the source of ancient Kemet is further south than Khartoum. That's a big deal. That's a huge deal. So that was why I read the quote. And when he said something, I didn't just ask him confluence off the rip. He said something and I said, wait, you're not getting this quote. And so I said, what? You don't know what the word confluence means? And he gave me another answer. So that's what happened. I don't know what words,
He gave you another definition.
Yeah, but that means you don't understand the context of the quote.
Right. So it was the issue with the quote and what the guy meant in the quote, right?
And very clearly, he's talking about rivers. He says the confluence of these rivers.
Right. So, all right, now, boom. So y'all, that's y'all issue. Y'all can hash that out. You dig what I'm saying? But I think that issue when you say somebody don't understand a word, that's going to be contentious. You dig what I'm saying? Like, so, but.
Wait, hold on, Chef. Come on, yo. The way everybody know about what the Bible says, Gion and Peon, bro. Like, it ain't a person in that audience that ain't read the Bible and see Gion and Peon and then see the black Hebrew Israelites try to match it up to the white now and the blue now. So that's ridiculous. right? And the fact that I explained what a confluence was, it lets you know I knew what the hell a confluence was. It's the
Right.
craziest shit ever, bro.
It was a meeting place.
So it's a meeting place. So he's simply saying where the rivers meet. So that means I might not have used the rivers, but you know how I like to do it. I like to show you that I actually got command of the word and can use the word with something else to let you know that I know what that damn word means. And he knew it, right? But he played. I got the clip right here. He didn't say What does the word come to? Matter of fact, I don't listen to Jabari because he talks us to death. So he might have read him shit and all that, and I probably phased out for a minute. Then he come back, what does the word confluence mean? So I told him what it meant. Simple as that. He didn't say, what was, watch this, what was Christopher Eric trying to say when he used the word confluence?
But that's already implied, though,
I wasn't listening to him probably, bro.
Okay. All right, that's cool. See, you hear that, Jabari? He wasn't even listening to you.
But Chef,
Chef, you ask this man a question, he'll take an hour. How I supposed to remember all that?
But wait, listen. The point is
I'm gonna play the clip though. How about that point?
The point is important because Krista, he's saying that these scholars are not paying attention to the latest data. The latest data says the origins of Kemet come from beneath the Sudan. Ankh is up here even tonight saying, well, you know, they're on the crossroads of different continents and blah, blah, blah. That's not what Christopher Eric is saying.
That ain't what that man's saying in that book. Now I know you can't read. Now you can't read.
Up again.
Now you can't read. That ain't what that man said.
Jeff, did you hear me read the quote again?
Yeah.
Did you hear me?
Hold on. I don't want y'all to get bogged down in that. Like, it's touchy, right? Do y'all understand anytime black people, when we do this to each other, right? We all been to public schools, right? Any type of plan like a person don't have comprehension or can't read is a touchy subject to black people. That is going to be contentious. And for us to be this age and still act like that's not you think what I'm saying? That's going to be touchy. But anywho,
so ain't calling somebody a water boy touchy too in our community? You're a water boy. You carry the spit.
That was meant to be touchy, brother. That was my intent.
And I meant for it to be contentious and all of the above. I agree.
My intent was to
was getting in the middle of the street.
To your eye. That was my intent.
I ain't you, whatever, man.
So he intended to do that. So check this out. So look.
See, I told you like to get slick, Jabari. I got you. I told you.
He meant to touch you with that.
I didn't mean to touch you with it.
And I meant to throw that right hand. You can't read. That was a good right hand.
You said, "Do this dude got 3 arms?" He caught the left. He caught it. He caught it.
So hold on. So look.
Right,
so now we get to the point where it's some alien stuff on the screen.
What you put up? Oh, you advertising? He's advertising something.
All right. So hold on. So now, Jabari, asked you a question. He said, "Was there hold on." He said, "Was there ever what y'all was talking about
displacement? The whole
the displacement thing, right?" And he asked you, and I don't know if you heard him, but he said yes.
Yeah.
He said
he act like he didn't say yes.
He said no. He went even further. He said there were several.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just more than one. He didn't act. Yeah. He said there was a displacement. You know what I mean? Not only was it a displacement, it was several of them, right? So now you have I don't know why y'all moved past certain things.
Wait. I also
he ain't gonna let you do it. See, he ain't gonna let you do it, yo. Here you go.
I also said that not everyone was displaced.
Yes.
Right. To make it sound, I'm not saying that like
where
this
they
is
going,
like
Jabari. Where they went?
Like brother, could you stop? I'm not saying
I'm muting out. I'm muting out. Y'all
no, don't mute out. Don't mute
out. Trying to mischaracterize your words, Jabari.
Man, hold on.
Now I'm trying to mischaracterize
Listen. I'm not saying that it's like a cup and that all the Kemet was poured out and something else entered the vessel. I'm saying that the answer is a little bit more complex than he would like it to be. And the reality is that many people did leave, but not everyone.
What?
And some of those people in the north are going to have ancient DNA. But I would argue that the larger concentrations of DNA would be further south. That's what I would argue. And I said it several
Based on
times.
what evidence, though?
But isn't the majority of the population in Egypt in the north?
Yes.
Because
Yes,
of larger
it is.
cities. Because of larger cities.
Because Cairo is a very large city. That's correct. 30 million people live there, man. 30 million people. When you go further in, when you go to Luxor, modern day Luxor, it's a much smaller city.
But that still doesn't mean that the South wasn't still very significant as far as population, and that's where the prestige was at. So
Correct.
I got into that.
Correct. Because Waset was not only just the capital city at some points, but it was almost always the spiritual center. And whenever Kemet has trouble, the folks in Waset rescue Kemet. So now let me throw you an intellectual jab across your darn jaw. Name the times that the families of Waset reconstituted Kemet, Ankh, since you know as much as I do. Name them.
Bro.
Name them.
I don't know, brother.
I know you don't know because you don't know as much as I do. I've been studying this for all of my adult life.
Jabari, funny, man.
Go ahead, Jabari.
Hey, I want to say this.
For him to come here and pretend that he knows as much about this as me is insulting. It's insulting.
Let him know.
I don't know what point you was trying to make. Hold on. I don't know what point you think you're trying to make right now. I don't know what the hell you think.
I know you don't know because you punched drunk.
And no, I'm fully aware of what's going on. You tripping right now.
Don't answer the question.
And
Since
you're trying. The question is, you're asking me how many times
this is
Egypt reconstitute. Wait a minute, bro. You asking me how many times did they reconstitute themselves? What are you talking about?
You didn't even hear the question,
y'all. Right. Ask me again, Jabari. And if I don't know the answer, hold on. And if I don't know the answer, I'm not going to be flim-flammy like you and act like I know something I don't know. I'm going to simply say I don't know. There are Egyptologists that don't know everything about Egypt. So just because I might not know the question you're asking me doesn't mean you know more than anybody. I just want to make that point tight. Because you asked the question, Jabari. What are you trying to say?
If you had studied,
this quizumship right now. It's quizumship. But go ahead.
If you had taken one class on the history,
answer the question.
You would be able to answer this question. Here is the question again. And take your hands off your mouths because I want to hear you. I want to see you answer the question without searching for it.
Bro. What is wrong with this guy?
Here's the question again. Here's the question again.
Answer the question, bro.
Here's the question again.
Answer the question, bro.
And Zoo 221 knows the answer. That's why he said
answer the question, man.
If you look at in the South, in the city that is known as Luxor today, which was once known as Thebes, which was originally known as Waset, you will see that city was sometimes the entire capital of Kemet, almost always the spiritual capital of Kemet, and clearly, even today, you will see some of the blackest people in Luxor, and you will notice that even in the imagery used for Luxor for Waset during the ancient world. And I said it is of critical importance because whenever Kemet struggles, it is reconstituted, reassembled from people that come from Waset. And I said, name the times that this occurred. This is a seminal event that any scholar, European scholars can answer this question. My students in my class, undergraduate.
Why are you doing this, Jabari? I'm not even understanding the question. What is the question, Jabari? You go on, just answer the question. You saying when thieves do what?
Zoo, did you hear the question?
No, he might have hit it, but what is it again, though, Jabari, without all the extra shit around it?
I heard you loud and clear, Jabari. It was very clear question.
Ask me the question simple,
It's an extremely clear question.
No, it's not. Not when you add all kind of to it. Ask the question, bro. Without asking students in, ask me the question, yo.
I'm going to make it as simple
as what?
Can.
What do you want me to name?
Name the times that the inhabitants of the city of Waset stepped in to reconstitute, reconstruct, reassemble the nation of Kemet.
And I'm saying I don't know.
I know you don't know, so stop asking.
Now, you name it. Hold on, Jabari. Now, why don't you name it? And what the hell that's got to do with the conversation?
Because what
does that have to do with the now connect that, Jabari?
Let me explain.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Let me explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
The majority of people today, even today, live in the north, right? But the reality is, ancient Kemet's origin is in its south, and its further origins come from even further south. This is the argument that Christopher Ehret is reading.
Freeze. Hold on. Freeze. Jabari, freeze. Let me answer the question. Freeze. No, bro. I want to stay right here. And I knew that's why he was asking that question. Now watch this. The question is one of them never acquiesce to a faulty premise. What's the faulty premise? If you have the answer that quote unquote Thebes is where they reconstitute Egypt, then all of a sudden that means that the entire body of what you would call Kemet, or the origin of Kemet, would be strictly in the south. And I'm saying that's not true. I knew what the hell you was trying to do. I wanted to make sure you answered over and over again so I could show the people how you trick people. That is a trick question. Well, if I gave you the right answer, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. I set you up, boy. You play too much. Let me say this again for the listening audience. Whether a person knows how many times Egypt was constituted from Thebes actually has nothing to do with the ancient population. You know why? Because the people in Thebes wouldn't have known where the hell they came from. Just like Native Americans didn't know where the hell they came from. Just like people in Israel didn't know where the hell they came from. They don't know that they come out of the Green Sahara. Right? They don't know this. So how would people in Thebes know where the hell they came from? So that answer does not prove that the ancient population all came from the south. What it proves is you're conning right now, bro. Don't play with me. Go play with Zoo in there, because you can't think past they daggone fingers. You go talk to them, not me.
Hold on.
Yeah, you talk to them.
You gotta throw me under the bus, huh? Throw me a little bus.
The question, do you know about Kemet? Then that'll tell you whether you know where the population came from.
Hold on, man. When I say hold on, y'all gotta hold on. I gotta pay the bill, man. Somebody gave a $10 donation. Mandinka Mali, Ankh, how Charles Darwin taught us we was Africans in the 1871 when we came in 1600s.
What, man? I don't know.
How did Darwin
said that? Nobody said that. Nobody said that. They just say they do like everybody. You just say anything.
I'm going to say that. That wasn't that's not what Unc said though. Mandinka.
Come on, bro. I ain't said nothing like that, bro. Get out of here with that.
All right, Jabari, go ahead. Because I want to move on, and I want to get Asar Mka in the building.
Jabari, your mic muted.
The reason why I asked that question is because anyone who studied the history of Kemet should be able to answer it.
I know we're not talking about the history of Kemet. We're talking about the origins, bro.
He presented in the beginning. I don't know why he did this. That he knows as much as I do.
Jabari, obviously I do.
And this is a simple answer that anyone can answer. Crazy, if you had just taken a decent darn tour of the Metropolitan Museum, you should be able to answer that question.
Did it all the time, Jabari.
My 19 and 18-year-old students can answer that question.
Jabari, the conversation is the origins, right? And you're trying to make the correlation that the fact that thieves constituted Egypt a couple times, right? And your surmise, because they know they didn't happen all the time. I only feel like dragging you down that road, but just because thieves reconstituted what you consider to be kin a couple times means that somehow the whole population came from the south. You made that.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
that's not what I'm saying.
Oh man! So why are you saying? So why are you asking? No, or you just trying to prove that you. So obviously, you know when it constituted a couple times from thieves, and I understand where the population comes from. So does that mean I'm saying you don't know as much as me? What it's saying is that I understand ancient populations and how they divide, right? And what it's saying is you may know the couple times they reconstituted. Doesn't mean that we both don't know more than each other. That is crazy logic right there, bro. And you smart enough to know that's flim-flammery at levels unbeknown to mankind. Stop it, bro. That's my point. I'm using that for that.
All You know what? You need to stop because this is gonna get this section is gonna get clipped and clipped and clipped and clipped.
Up, bro.
And you're making it go longer than it is.
So Jabari, hold on. I want to get you clear. So you saying, hold on, Jabari. So are you making a clear statement? And I know it's going to take you an hour to answer because that's what you do. Are you telling me because the Egyptians constituted or reset or restarted their kingship, whatever it is you're trying to say, from Thebes, that means that the population that started Kemet came from the south? Is that what you're saying, bro?
What I'm saying is, when we look at ancient Kemet and we think about the splendor of this nation, all the things they accomplished, what you have to recognize is that there are certain places and populations that were more key to the development and the maintenance of Kemet. And everyone would argue that one of those populations lived in the city known as Waset, that the Greeks called Thebes, that the Arabs end up calling Al-Uqsor, which becomes Luxor. And that city, even today, is blacker than the rest of Kemet. So while we look at the population of Kemet, remember at any given time, Kemet had maybe 5 million people. Right now, we're talking about tens of millions of people. Cairo alone has 30 million people in it. Yeah, but simply because we can sit there and perhaps look at if we had the resources, look at every single person and look at their DNA, does that tell us the story? The reality is that certain populations in Kemet were more critical to the development and maintenance of the civilization.
Well, we can
and
even
I'm
go a
saying
step
that's not
further.
true. I'm saying, hold on, bro. I'm saying that's not true. I'm saying it's a multicultural civilization. Okay, and I'm talking about different African groups, right, with different cultures from the north, from the south, in the middle of the Nile. They come together out of the Green Sahara to form what we call Egypt. You put emphasis on the southern population. I put emphasis on different polities along the Nile that would come together that would later on form Kemet. That's what I'm saying.
Can you name the polities?
Let me finish, bro. You're saying that it was the southern. I'm saying that you made that up, right?
Name one of them.
And I'm answering the question.
Name one of the polities that you're saying compose Kemet. Name one of them.
Bro.
You are not.
It's common sense.
This conversation.
Hey, Jabari, listen to what I'm telling you.
sa.neter, you dude.
You will not make it off this show. Hey, Jabari, I promise you will not make it off this show before I show this clip with an expert saying just that. So I'm going to make this very clear that the ancient, be quiet, Jabari, please. Do not interrupt me. I'm saying that the ancient Nile Valley population that would later on form what they call Kemet, a lot of it came out of the Green Sahara. Okay? The Green Sahara ain't just in the damn south. Okay? There were also people that was close to the area that you call the Mediterranean that migrated in based off of going to the Green Sahara, following the grains. I talked about all that, bro. Right? And I'm saying I don't have an issue with none of that. From ancient times in Green Sahara, you got people coming from that area to live in there because they're looking for food sources. And the population that would make it Egypt comes from all up and down the Nile. Don't make me show the goddamn a journal of science that clearly shows that. Don't make me show the Egyptologist that talks about different polities from north and south. We can actually talk about the different things that you can get from the south. Right? Maybe the sacrificial chieftain, you know what I'm saying, comes from the south, right? Then yes, I'm saying chieftainhood, right? We can talk about
chieftain. What is
they sacrificed people when they died? Yes, you didn't know that about those southern kings in Nubia? Okay, sacrificial. They sacrificed people when they died. People sacrificed for the king, sacrificial chieftain. Okay, I'm saying maybe that was brought in from the south, right? Okay, all right. And then there's things that came from the north. We know that there were grains, right, that was brought in from Asia to the Nile Valley, but it was constituted in an African idea of farming, right? So that's coming from the north, right? And there's just different things, different policies. Matter of fact, they got different groups that was in fighting against each other on the Nile before they was called Egypt, bro. Like I thought you knew that, Mr. Expert on Egypt. You supposed to know that. So either you just playing with me right now on this show, or you underestimated what the hell I know. Which one is it, bro? But I'm gonna let my man come on there. Asad, what's up, Asad?
What's up, big dog? What's
How you
up,
doing,
Jabari?
brother? How you feeling, man?
Peace to the whole family, Zoo, everybody out here. But Sam, Santan. Here's the thing, and one of the main reasons, there's several things that constitute it. One, you have when the Nehesi king gets in there about the 25th, 26th dynasty, he says, finally, we're back on the throne. So he declares that. A second thing you can look at, that crown never changes.
When?
It's still the Uachet on the crown from the first dynasty damn near till the Ptolemaic dynasty, and that's a Nehesi crown. Another thing we can look at, the name of the first septot city-state in Kemet is what? Taseti.
Yep.
Where did they get Taseti from?
Land of the bow.
Taseti is called Nubia. Now, when you talk about the South, the thing that you're going to find in these archaeological and scientific journals is blacktop pottery. Blacktop pottery came from the South. The gods they worship in the beginning come from the South. The first beginning set, before you get Dynasty 1, you're talking Dynasty 0 on the Hesse kings and the Hesse names. So it's not even up for debate, because what happened in Egyptology is they created Nubianology, which is the new science, because they know it comes from the South.
Yep.
So it's not even really debatable. If we go to the UNESCO book, we're going to start talking about Nehesi, Maasai, Berber, the original Berbers. You're going to start talking about the Tibu people, the original Black Libyans. You're going to get all of that. So we know it started in the South. Now, you did say something that was prolific, because, yes, there is an amalgamation of Western, Northern, and Eastern coming together in that polity that we call Kemet, or we blanket term Egypt now. But remember, its origins start in the South, and everything that they do still testifies to that.
Yep.
Let me get off of here, because these kids is going crazy, and my girl about to stab me.
Always
Always good to see you.
And what's up, yo?
Appreciate you, Asad.
Remember that.
The what?
Huh?
You said the what? They
Let
coming
me come back up to my man, 50 grand.
Who you say? Oh, okay.
Time, my man, 50 grand.
Yeah. Hey, Ankh, I still want to say this to you.
What's up, bro?
Your
What you want
source
to say?
that you use, Dr. John Henry Clark, when you make the distinction about the uses of the verbiage of blackness and things of that nature, John Henry Clark says it on that tape and on a few more tapes. He always speak of ancient Egypt as the Black Africans. So when and that's why I told you, Ankh, I'm not playing word games with you. You know,
I think you are.
You be making it like a word salad. At the same time, me and you both know that I'm Black and you Black. But the thing that we're gonna use your source, John Henry Clark. I'm gonna say it one more time. So when he speaks, even when he was speaking with Miss Lethowich, the white lady, he was saying that the Black Africans, and that's important. So even though the construct is there, he said the Black African as a scholar. So that's what, I be trying to find your point when you saying they wasn't Black.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me though?
Huh?
I'm saying I don't think you understood the whole totality of what John Henry Clark was trying to say.
No.
Yes, he did. Hold on. Yes, he did use those words, right?
Right.
But he was trying to show you that, okay, now that I use those words, get the hell get out of it. That the Black don't really tell you who you are, where you from. That's what he said, bro. So he spoke to you in layman's term. Then he gave you the high level understanding of what a social construct was.
Well,
and he said it was pseudoscientific. Hold on. And he said it was pseudoscientific, though, bro.
Because you going down a rabbit hole.
I'm not. It's not actually a rabbit hole, bro.
He says that because the Black was political side. It was political. They made it political when they use black
Correct.
as
It's political.
status.
Right. I
Political
use black for a political term. For political,
but
of
he
course.
but he trying to tell you that area, it was the black Africans. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm saying black African and African is not synonymous, yo.
Yeah,
African American and black is
That's why he
synonymous.
said
Do you
black
get that? No, black African is not meaning they don't have nothing to do with each other for real. I'm
But
telling
see,
you, yo,
got
that's
I
a
can't
later
get in
on
his mind.
intervention on it.
Yeah, all right. What I did, Unc, because me and you've been going through this for a
Well,
few
so
years.
what's wrong with them being indigenous Africans ranging the skin color though without the what's wrong with that though, bro? Why is that an issue?
But what I'm trying to tell you is we gotta generalize it.
Yeah, I know, but when you say black, right, you actually can be talking about people in Oceania.
No, but we know who we talking about.
Right? No. So is he talking about people in Oceania?
Not if they on the African continent.
And we talking about Kemetic.
Okay, so then
we talking about Egypt though. Like, so it's clearly defined what people and what area that they're talking about.
Right.
You can keep
my
them
point
right in Egypt and beat them up.
So hold
You
on.
ain't even got to go out.
No, so I'm just trying to get a definition for it. So hold on. So are the Nubians more black than the Egyptians? Because they definitely dark skinned.
Guess what? It don't matter.
So if you light skinned, can you still be black?
Yeah.
You're the one trying to pigeonhole it to just.
So no, I'm not. So then how come when you look at a person that you perceive don't look like you, all of a sudden they're not black then?
Because
we're not the ones who brought in the whole one drop rule.
I didn't bring in the one drop rule. Jabari didn't put in the one drop rule. This is the Karakuni.
No. Karakuni brought in the one drop rule.
So you didn't know what she meant when she put in the one drop move, though?
We knew exactly what she meant.
So what did she mean, though? Did you know she was using a pseudoscientific rule?
She wasn't saying that everybody in Kent is light bright. That's not what she was saying.
I'm asking, did you know she was using a pseudoscientific term to explain the Egyptians? Did you recognize that?
She's the expert.
Hold on for a minute, Elder. Hold on for a minute, Suntan. Hold on for a minute, Suntan.
Don't feel like I'm putting
keep talking with Suntan.
No, I'm asking you, Zoo. Hey, Zoo, I'm asking you, Zoo. Did you recognize that she was using a pseudoscientific description of the ancient Egyptians? That's all I'm saying, bro.
I understand that, but pseudoscience go along with the reality.
All right, man.
Right?
You need to ask that question to Jabari.
No, he already knows.
Jabari already agreed that it was pseudoscientific. Then I wondered why
I
he
don't
cheered.
need to ask you that, Chef. I don't need to.
He was using the concept as being the expert that you brought on the stage, though, So you was expecting him to reverse what she said?
I know why she said. I talked to the lady. She said at that point everybody is black, bro. I know what she said. Y'all just didn't see it.
That ain't what she said. That ain't what she said on the live.
She was trying to be nice. No, she was trying to be nice. She was trying to be nice and not hurt your feelings.
So is a mixed person not black anymore to you, Aunt?
What I'm saying
is a mixed person black to you?
I'm saying that the social construct, everybody is damn near black. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that a mixed person that you perceive to be white, you can call them black. You call Barack Obama black because it's a social construct. And you can basically, if you close to it, you can.
I was hoping you was gonna say that because it'd be crazy for you to say, "Oh, Kamala Harris is black."
Y'all say no. The same Jabari, Jabari. No, the same people that call the Egyptians black say Kamala not black.
Nah, that's nobody on the panel saying that. That's some crazy niggas in the chat you saw say that.
Right?
No, actually, but no. Jabari had a war on sa.neter platform over Kamala, trying to act like she not black. The same people that said the Egyptians was black.
You know who that is? That's these crazy.
No, he fought a war with these people, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
man.
I just understand this right here, man. In the area where those people was at, and even throughout Africa, only thing that changed you from not being called black is your phenotype. That's the only thing that would change you for not being black. Even if you was this dark as me, and my phenotype was Japanese or Arabic, I wouldn't be black, but I'm this color. So you understand what I'm coming from, and you understand what I'm saying. It's plain and simple. So when
I don't, because I would tell you that West Africans aren't the Africans, right, that populated the Nile Valley. That's what I'm saying, and I'm gonna stand on that, right?
You can say you can get
Central
away with that
Saharan,
because
Saharan,
those same
Saharan
Africans got
Africans
your.
did, though, right?
Go ahead, Zeus.
Yes, I agree with you on that.
Them
Yeah,
same
so it's no
Africans
different.
has your phenotype.
It
You
is a
understand?
difference, yo. About 1,000. What you mean? You know how big the Sahara is? Come on, yo.
All I'm saying,
Not that
them
much.
same Africans
You
have
got
the
to
same
get another
phenotype,
planet.
bro.
It is. It's
You
a local
only not
population
black.
that runs into the Nile.
There's
I'm
still
gonna say
people
this
in
and I'm
West
gonna leave
Africa
it
that look
alone.
like East
You're
Africa.
only not black if your phenotype is not as a African American
Pretty sure
or a
you can
black
find it.
African. If you become something different when your phenotype change, even though you still a
So
human.
what's the thing? What?
It's that
Africans
simple.
don't have one phenotype though.
Right.
Suntan. There's no one specific phenotype that Europeans did that through
That's
racism.
right.
They said the
But
phenotype
us,
was big lips and big noses.
that's
Zoo, I know
our
you understand
phenotype.
that, bro.
But you don't find no
That's
Arabs.
the other thing.
You don't find no
How come every time you talk
Arab
about black, how come
with
every
a
time you talk
crooked-
about black,
with a black
you
lip
act like
and
All
big
right, so
nose?
you just
Europeans?
ignore what I just said, though. That's how you gonna do it, Zoo. Come on, Zoo.
Go ahead.
I asked you, is it one? I said, is it one phenotype that can describe an African like the racist white supremacists did? That's all.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying,
but that's
how
what I
come it
asked you
seem
before
like,
you said.
how come it seemed like every time the black conversation come up, you try to make it as if only the African Americans is black?
Because that's all it is. Because that's our thing. That's an
crazy.
African American
It's crazy
thing.
for you to say that.
But that's an African American thing, though.
What's the African American thing?
Enjoying a blackness originally. And I'm saying originally, for the most part.
You don't know. You don't know.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I said for the most part.
He wrote a book about blackness.
Yeah, sure
in the
did.
800s.
He sure did. You know I know about Algie. That's my favorite person.
Yeah, so he wasn't celebrating his blackness or defending his blackness.
Yeah, he was, but did the Arabs name him that though? He's in the Arab. No, he's in Arab civilization, right? And they brought that. No, but he was a Muslim.
He's in Africa.
I know, but he's a Muslim. His father, his mother, his mother is an Arab. What are you talking about, bro? His grandfather may have been Ethiopian. Hold on for a minute. I'm saying that it was an outside pop. I know you, a zoo. It was an outside population that named Sudan. El Sud, the black one. That's an outside population again, bro. So of course he would do that.
That's a very weak point, That's
But
a very weak point. If people are calling you black, if people are calling you black for 3,000, 2,000 years, bro, that's a moot point.
Ain't been for no 2,000.
That's a moot point. By 400 AD, King Azana was referring to himself as Ethiops and the people in his army. So that's a moot point.
All right, bro.
That's a moot point. But it just seems like
no. I'm saying so. Why can't we go past colonial powers? No. Hey, Zoo. Do you mind to see past colonialism? Do you see past the colonialism of the Arabs? Do you see past the colonialism? Hold on, Zoo. Can you phantom a world where you do not describe an ancient population through the eyes of the Arabs and the Europeans? Is that
absolutely, Unc? You know why? Because I have the superpower. You know why, Unc? Because I have the superpower of being able to use a different term in a different context.
No. I'm saying in this conversation.
Let me finish. I can say that a person is Moroccan and black, and I can say that a person is Moroccan and it looks Mediterranean.
I know, but the person
saying that you're black does not erase the fact that you're Moroccan.
I am telling you, the person that you perceive to be Mediterranean, which is the outdated term to call people, be more African than the person you think is not. Hey, Zoo, I'm gonna say this again, Zoo. The person that you perceive to be Mediterranean can actually be more African than the person that claims look like you, is what I'm saying. And I'm gonna stand on that. That is the point. That's not moving the goalpost.
Yes,
all right. So if you think
can you show a picture of a Mediterranean? Can you show a picture of that?
Man, the people that you think look Mediterranean, they can be indigenous Africans.
So they got the same phenotype.
What? I'm saying
they have the same phenotype.
I'm saying
they
don't even use Mediterranean like that in this conversation we're having, because now you're going to trick yourself, because the people that lived closer to the Delta, right, are going to look closer to people that you perceive to be Mediterranean. People that live in the South going to look closer to the people that's in the South, and there's a reason for this. One reason.
Mediterranean in scholarship all the time. Stop that.
I'm saying not when describing populations, bro. Come
Yes,
on,
they
man.
do. They don't say
Okay,
white.
so then what the hell do
Don't say
Mediterranean?
Caucasian either.
I'm gonna ask you, yo, do the Egyptians look like they Mediterranean then?
Some of them.
All right, then. Okay, so what we talking about then? What's the point? And they
Some
just
black,
as
some
indigenous.
black Americans
Hold on.
look
Oh, no. I'm saying,
Mediterranean.
are they just as indigenous as
Some
the
black
ones that are dark? I'm
Mediterranean. What
saying,
you
do the
doing?
ones that like Mediterranean, right? Are they just as indigenous as the ones that look darker?
I don't know. I don't have their genetic
Complexion ain't
report.
got nothing to do with it.
I don't have their genetic report.
All right. Yo, man. All right, it's time to close out. We got 4 hours in, bro. Yeah, I like that. Old time. Big up to Jabari, big up to Zoo, big up to Elder Duncan. It was a pleasure having that conversation with you, man. Make sure y'all support that event with Shamaka. Dr.
Yeah, we got
Caleb.
4 hours in.
That was enough.
Here go show for tomorrow, y'all. For those of y'all who is not ready. Hey, Jabari, do you know who this guy is? This brother?
Of course he do.
I don't know. I'm gonna see if Jabari know who this brother is.
Yeah, I'm of course I do.
Okay. How is he, Jabari? He nice with it?
He's a very important scholar.
Okay.
A variety of different.
And I'm just trying to get an idea from what the questions I'm hearing is. I mean, what would you define then as an African?
I don't define an African or the African. There is a matrix of variability that constitutes a description of an African reality. Very different notion. The moment you start defining things with narrow terms and in particular ways, and a non-scientific, for something that's as fluid as this, is the moment that you will get into trouble, because then you're going to be forced to explain things, like I said, with typological methods or deductive methods when they don't fit. Okay?
There you go.
All right, y'all go support my brother Ankh, man. Let him know why you're there. Let him know sa.neter sent you. When you get there, put it in chat. Say, I'm here because sa.neter sent me. Let him see it. Let Ankh see it, y'all. Let him see it. Yeah. So anyway, Jabari, good to see you back, man. You know, I always worry about you when I don't hear from you too long. I worry about you. You don't answer.
I know how to get Jabari up here, though. Just say his name a couple times.
They call me and say, "Sir, is Jabari all right?" I called him. He don't pick up. I say, "Welcome to the club, brother. Welcome to the club."
Listen,
but I know you're busy.
Very busy. I mean, I had a whole ceremony tonight. This Easter, the spring equinox was today, so I did a whole ceremony in Central Park.
And you was in Egypt?
I was in
man, why you ain't called me though? See, that's what I'm talking about.
Please, man, stop it. I invite you to all kinds of stuff. You don't know, but you rarely come.
For this,
you didn't invite me, yo. You didn't invite me to the equinox.
Really, you're not even in New York City. You rarely come. So, you know, when I was traveling back, there was when I saw the videos. So I was listening while I was coming back. And I have a class at 8:30 in the morning. So I gotta get out of here very, very early to be able to.
I want to see you and this dude right here have a conversation, man.
Who?
Indigenous.
Man, he ain't got no sense, man.
Oh, he ain't got no sense. I think he got some. I think he got some skills, man.
Let me go ahead and say peace to y'all.
Peace, Jabari.
Peace,
All right.
Jabari.
So I won't be throwing cuss words at you no more, though. We good. We got this.
We don't have to do it that way. That doesn't mean that we can't challenge each other. I just, it's just a different way to do it. So,
and I appreciate the conversation today. I thought it made the stream like it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I think me and you can have real good dialogue, though. I appreciate.
I hope so.
All right. Unc, close us out, man. Close us out, Unc. You got.
Man, I'm black and I'm proud, and I just don't like putting my African American thing on the rest of populations. They have to have agency. They had agency prior to colonialism. I think that's the most important thing we can do as African Americans. Black African power, black power. The most important thing we can do is allow the ancestors to speak prior to colonialism. This is when we learn a lot. We learn a lot as they fought through oppression, and we learn a lot prior to their oppression. So let the ancestors speak when explaining their ancient civilizations. We have the archaeology, we have the writings, and the things we don't know, we just don't know. Don't fill in with your African American mindset. Anthropology used to do that, to the point where they was talking about the invading race theory and people outside of Africa and such. Now you hear them do today, the E1, B1, A1, and all that, right? Always that. Always some outside entity, some outside force formulated what you would call Nile Valley culture. But if you let the ancestors speak, they'll tell you about their ancient traditions that connect them to the land. Not to their skin color, but to the land. Fundamentally, what I'm trying to say today is, as African Americans, we black and proud. But our ancestors existed in an environment, at least for the first 350,000 years, where that wasn't an issue. So let's listen to the ancestors. Let them speak. Let them tell you about the ancient cultures. Let them tell you what that meant and what they mean. Don't let people define who they are. They have a right. They have agency to define who they are. We have a right. We have agency to define who we are. With that, man, I appreciate coming on the platform, man. Big up to the pseudo killers, man. All that support. And make sure y'all be in there and listen to that high-level conversation with the expert tomorrow at 6:30, man. Be there. It's going to be hot. Get the tickets. They're only $30, man. Right? If you buy a ticket, you want some more tickets, I'm going to give it to you. Because I want y'all to be there and understand, that there's a level out there. We're not coming to attack the people, man. We come to attack your methodology, With that, man, I appreciate all the love. Man, support me. Like and subscribe to the channels, man. The community of skeptics on YouTube and the pseudo killers, man. Look, scientific literacy is a vaccine against the charlatans that come amongst you. Appreciate you, Saul, man.
All right. Peace, brother. Peace.
I gotta give a shout out to sa.neter.
People like sa.neter, because you put in a lot of work, and you've been putting in work before a lot of folks, before the YouTube thing. You've been doing this stuff. So that type of black media is so needed in our community, and now people are gravitating towards you because, it takes a minute for people to kind of catch on to stuff. So now people are catching on to it and seeing the importance of having a black media apparatus where the truth comes out.
I'll tell you something. There is no one on this medium that's using this medium for this that cannot take anything from sa.neter. That's we got to be clear. We got to be clear. He is the foundation of bringing it through this YouTube medium in the way that many of us do.
Since I met Brother sa.neter, that I had really gotten to the level where I am now in terms of people having access to the information that I have. I've been in public speaking for 10 years, but in the past 8 months, and this is no exaggeration, in the past 8 months since meeting Brother sa.neter, I have gotten more speaking engagements, interviews, and other requests for my expertise and support than I have in the previous 10 years.
But we can't take away from the dedication that he put in to make this a genre of its own. This is a genre of its own. This conversation is a genre. On YouTube, you got the gamers, you got the news station, you got the, you have all, this is a genre, and this genre was put out there by sa.neter.
Sa.neter is the foundation, okay, of YouTube.
Absolutely.
So, now listen to me. I know when I was on 125th Street, it was sa.neter on 125th Street, regardless of the weather, with the bullhorn teaching black man is God and white man's the devil. Sa.neter.
I'll say I'm honored, first of all, to be on sa.neter TV, sa.neter Studios, Brother House of Conscience, House of Knowledge, all of those different names. This is legendary, and without this brother paving the way on media when it comes to us and our voice, I don't think it would have been the same. So I thank Allah for that brother and all the good work that he has done for a very long time.
I was on 125th Street right side by side with sa.neter for years. Then I decided we got so heavy, so much traffic, I moved down the street. But sa.neter was the one that set up. Sa.neter is the foundation and the man, because you had nobody in America out there that did the work that sa.neter did. Actual fact.
Good for brothers to debate because that gets folks on top of their game. And I respect that part of it. That's a good way to share information. You share knowledge. If somebody's slipping and incorrect with the knowledge, you're having a debate and you're correcting that person.
We cannot take away from this genre that he put together. And so I gotta give props where it's due.
Well, I have tremendous respect for Brother sa.neter. I first became acquainted with Brother sa.neter through a phone call. He had given me a phone call back in, I believe it was August or September of this past year, 2010. I had already knew of the brother and was actually interested in linking up with him myself. And finally, I got a phone call from Brother sa.neter himself. He gave me a call, and he told me that he was impressed with the information because he said I was going straight off the top, no notes, no nothing, dropping a lot of information that a lot of folk had never heard before. So he asked me if I would be interested in coming on his radio show, a blog talk radio show, which I had never heard of until I spoke with Brother sa.neter. So we did a blog talk radio show. I believe we did 2 back-to-back shows. And ever since those 2 back-to-back shows I did with Brother sa.neter, again, which was in August and September, I believe, I've been on blog talk ever since. So it's been 8 months straight since I met Brother sa.neter that I had really gotten to the level where I am now in terms of people having access to the information that I have.
You know, it's an institution. I always respected the institution that came from the street, out the street, and found its way on YouTube and Blog Talk, giving people in the community access to blogs before they was even doing that. You was putting that mic in front of people's face, right? You never said you had a scientific channel. You never said you had none of that. It was a community-based channel to educate them, and you allow the people within the community to educate each other. I think it's a dope reality, right? I never think you should stop that.